my 3.14 follows. What's up, y'all? Which is like us, and then intermittent issues of actually accessing the stream.
We
So-
have high followers.
People who mistakenly click on your stream.
Yeah, you can't really tell if they're there or not because there's that lag or not. Or like maybe the fifth time that like Panda is like popping and being like, "Hey, don't get mad, Sin. Don't get mad," and then we watch
Or
Sin walk
do
away
get
and throw
mad.
something at Panda.
Yeah. Accurate.
These are truth
Stop
facts.
telling me to do the opposite of my character.
That's right.
My character's always mad. I am the Hulk of this universe.
I mean, Sid and Ozzy pretty much are. Like, there's a good reflection there of like how much lore has been developed just because of Sin's plotline, like tieflings. Let's say prior to Sin, it was like this is something that exists, and this is like the general like idea, like a kernel, and now it's grown into a sapling, and
Yeah, like
one day it'll
tieflings
be
were-
a tree. Yeah.
Like
And then
tieflings
it'll
were a
be
thing
dead.
because we had, I think our first tiefling was Dante, that we really came across like in the world,
Yeah, I think so.
and that was it. That was the tieflings that we
I
met
am-
was Dante.
Yep, I am
Yep.
trying really hard to think of and he's not even a traditional tiefling. Like he's
Yep,
not
he doesn't have horns or anything.
Doesn't have
He's
horns. doesn't have tail,
Doesn't headbutt for fun.
doesn't
Or does he
headbutt
still
for fun. Nope, does
Nope.
not headbutt for fun.
So now we have Sin, Ozzy,
We have only
Dante,
tieflings.
So
in the
there's
army.
Hope, Jimmy. So you have 6 that we know of.
Is Jimmy a tiefling? We don't know. Jimmy's just a naked man out in
Yeah.
the world.
That's fair.
It's
I thought he
a
had horns.
He had horns.
he had horns. Like a few
He
of
had-
them are very
Oh,
difficult.
okay.
Yeah, a few of them are very difficult to classify. Like Luna is difficult to classify, Solus is difficult to classify, and Jimmy is difficult to classify. But at the very least, they have enough menagerie in them that you could consider them tieflings.
But don't worry, Sin. You're easy to classify.
You're the Green Hulk of this universe, and Ozzy's the Red Hulk.
That's right.
I feel like I'm being
want-
picked on.
Do you want to be the?
I
Gray
mean, we
Hulk?
can go with like Superman, like if because I mean currently like you know Captio's just going like he was like Bizarro man, like Bizarro Superman, and then Paolo's like Superman.
Yeah.
So
That makes
so
Alexa
He's
like-
a zombie.
Who?
At this point,
At this-
I'm doing something different. That's all.
Like something's changing. That's all I got.
Yeah, changes. All right, let me ironically fix mine. It looks like there is a slight issue with the way that it's capturing my video.
Oh, yeah. There's like a little bar.
Yeah, and that's when I'm talking, it lights up.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, gotcha.
So the way that it works is that I take zoom and where you guys are framed out behind the scenes with Buckland is that the zoom has those little panels, and I just crop based off of the application, off of where you are. So that's why when like if you like drop in, drop out, I have to change it because for whatever reason, Zoom
moves
can't
your-
establish placeholder positions. Yeah, I even like spend some time asking them like, hey, can I get an API call to just get the frame and get a set pixel amount? And I'll just do an API call against and like throw it somewhere on a web page, and I'll just do a grab that way.
They say no.
They are like, we'll put that in the backlog. I'm like, that's developer speak for fuck you.
Yeah.
So noted.
It's like
It's basically
so no.
like you're not
Okay.
paying us enough.
Yeah,
to
it's
make
like
that a
it's like
thing.
we'll see if other people in the market give a shit. I'm like, you know, there's nerds everywhere that like using your product that don't pay that much. So
Yeah.
they're like, I don't know, you Matt Mercier? I'm like, I am not. I am not with Felicia Day. I have no idea what you're talking about. I can give you lots of money. That help?
What was it? Like, isn't Joe Manganello? Is that his name? It's like the other person that apparently people get emails saying like, "Hey, do you want to play D&D with this celebrity?"
Yeah, he's like the he's like in movies and stuff. I think
Yeah.
he was like, I think he's married to like the woman from Modern Family,
Yes.
where he was like dating her at some point. But yeah, supposedly they have a huge like Dungeons and Dragons things where like the two guys from what's that show? The show that like we all hate now, Game of Thrones.
the show that we all hate now.
Only the last seasons, but yes.
Like those two guys are in it and stuff too. There's, like, little. I don't think they broadcast it though. I think it's just.
Okay.
Yeah, like Felicia Day, and like, you know, hats off to like Mercer and Felicia Day for like getting that popular again, because there's just a lot that's great with D&D. It had such a bad stigma before it got revitalized.
Yeah.
So hats off, much love to them, but they also set a huge trend for if you want to like market out the stuff, just grab celebrities, like who your people are, which kind of made me a little sad because the best part about it is like you can only go to the library if you're a B-list or above. It's like, what? No, it's a creative medium. The fuck? Anyhow.
Now celebrities are like people too.
Yeah.
Are they?
Maybe. It's debatable.
Lizard people.
All right, you're going a little Shia LaBeouf at the moment. Okay, are you gonna put like a paper bag in your hand and say, "I am not famous"?
It's regular Tuesday night for Shia LaBeouf.
That's right.
You hire another movie theater to play all his movies again?
That's true. He did that.
Yikes.
Yikes!
Yikes.
People were allowed to come in and watch his movies.
Watch him watch his movies.
Yep.
God,
Wow.
such a
Who just sold
interesting person. I hope that one day I get so rich and famous that I can just do that level of stupid shit. Like just I'm gonna rent out of town, just walk through it, and people can watch me on a drone, and I'll charge them. Just walk through the town that I own.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a plan.
Right? I'll organize things for like cutouts. It'll be like D&D. It'll be the D&D town. We'll call it like Arhor'ha. It'll be New Haven. All right. It'll be New Haven. Then it'll be newest Haven.
Are you buying New Haven?
I'll go up there, but guys, how much does your town cost? Because it is a real town, right? How much does New Haven cost exactly? All right. What if I incorporate next to you and call you Newest Haven? Like just get like 5 buildings.
Oh, I just imagine you'd find like places that are like ghost towns or something like that.
Yeah, like when I was
like
out in Nevada, like that was a huge thing. Like old Western towns that like went up, but they still like someone owned them, so they would just sell them or rent them out for parties. Yeah, yeah. Well, I know this has nothing to do with D&D, but this has been fun. Let's it helps fill up the potential lack of airtime we'll have if you're gonna calm down Ozzy. Which again, really, he's kind of not the guy that deals in like dancing subtleties, so we'll see how that goes. It's like that could be very quick one way or the other. Something
very easy that we just and that's the end.
Yeah, something I'm gonna go ahead and pilot out and try things here is that we do a recap, we do a trivia. I'm gonna add in like player objectives because again, a big thing about the co-authoring thing is like where do you want to take things. So this helps. The recaps helps me understand of what you're absorbing, and also everyone else understand and fill in gaps so that you're kind of like warmed up, like warming up a pitcher before they get on the mound.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing with the player objectives is you guys own it. You guys are. I'm a huge against. Like I would just like turn off Zoom if it ever came to the point where it's like, hey, you guys are in control of where things are going, not a module. Like that. If you want a module, we can go do an adventure league thing. Like there is plenty of crap for that. That's not what we're doing here. It's like, if you want to just go and do something else, like, that's fine. But, like, starting in, we're going to go ahead and go back to New Haven. It's like, what? No, don't know what they're talking about. Well, we're going to just improv that or shut it down. So we'll figure that out. So I'm going to start now with saying, hey, this is what we've decided. We've been pretty good about on, like, by Wednesday, coming together with whatever planning is. So I'll be more or less rehashing that from the party leader. And my understanding the party leader currently is Alexis. So what Alexis told me by Wednesday.
That's fair.
Was she given a sword by a spirit in the water?
She was not. And she will not be doing the Secret of Mana thing either. It will be super important as we set that sort of cadence into like season 10 because there'll be so many things and there'll be almost no guidance at all. Like it's just you are here. What are you doing? I don't know what you're doing. It's like, well, I guess we're gonna spend a little time shooting the shit about trees. So
Gonna go have a pint. Talk about the trees.
Talk about the trees and Shia LaBeouf. That will be what we do.
Talk about the trees.
Talk about the trees.
She legit would talk about the trees. She can
We
bring
save
the
That's right.
everyone by taking
Cass-
their
Cass
souls
would.
forcibly and putting them
Yeah,
in.
so be like, hold on, we're talking about trees. Okay,
It's like
I put a soul into a tree. What does that mean?
That means you got a haunting.
what's it? No, you create a phantom is what you just did.
Yeah, he seemed happy. He seemed fine.
All right.
For
Did he
now.
talk?
Yeah,
Yeah, he talked. He's talked really
Talked about being a brick in the
slow.
He
It was
talked
it was
real
like the
slow.
start of the Eeyore voice, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna start new format as your DM. What I'm aware of is that you're trying to accomplish one thing this session, which is you're trying to save Ozzy. Now I don't know what save Ozzy truly means. To be very transparent with you. But I know that it involves, that's what you're trying to do. You're going to define what exactly saving means, and then you're going to do saving. That's what your DM, I understand what I'm trying to accomplish. That's the session will be about. There are no secondary objectives, there are no tertiary things. It's just save Ozzy. Let's roll into trivia first. So I feel like that may jog the mind since we've had some time off to go before we do recap. So, all right, and we can answer this one. You're traveling with the doctor. What is his full name? Captios.
Ezekiel White.
Dr. Ezekiel White.
Dr. Ezekiel White.
Yes. I mean, one's a title, so his full name is Ezekiel White. Yep, 25 points. All right. Trickier question. What is the name of the weapon that Ozzy was wielding to kill Paolo? Alexa.
Wasn't it Reap?
Its name is Reap. 25 points.
Yeah, that's right.
For a
My
follow
brain.
for a follow-up question, Alexa.
Uh-huh.
What is the significance of Reap, or some points of significance of Reap other than it was Ozzy's weapon?
Like what it's done? Because I know it was.
What is some of the
owned by-
Give me some of the history of Reap. The more history you get, the more this XP bar is going to fill up.
Well, so the max amount of history I know is that we retrieved it from a vault from Jacob White, and it was a weapon that Ozzy obtained, and the way that it works is he would essentially hit something with it, and the energy, or however you want to describe it, would build up, and then it would just kind of explode and kill things. It was used. Nope. We had to get it because Ozzy destroyed his previous weapon in a dragon.
In a dragon, yep.
And it killed Dell.
Yes, it did. The most important fact.
The Del Reaper, really.
And then it was in Paolo when Paolo died and Ozzy left, and we're not quite sure what that exchange looked like. We just know that when upon Paolo's body that it had Reap inside of it, and now it's in Gig's possession.
Alexa, who created it?
Who created it? Ooh.
I can't remember. I want
Someone
to
you
say.
loathe.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Someone I
a
love.
lot of people. Is it Gig?
No!
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of his first weapons he made.
Yes.
Of course, it's one of the weapons that Gig made. Why would it not be
One of the first
weapons
ones.
that Gig made?
That's right. Good gap coverage. Alexa 50. Both Captios and Rolf. Good save on that one because you're traveling with Gig.
Wait
25
a
points.
minute.
What?
My brain. So wait, Reap
Uh-huh.
is the one that he had. That wasn't the one that he had with the White Dragon. That's just the one that we went to
Go
Jacob's
get. Mm-hmm.
vault and got. And it was
Correct.
in the vault.
Right.
Yeah, it's a pickaxe
Yeah.
on one side and a maul on the other.
Right.
So is anybody gonna ask why something that Gig created is with Jacob right now, or was?
Great
Because
question.
Jacob's
Why
the
do
son
that?
of a
One second,
bitch.
something happened.
Well, I mean, there's also there's lots of, you can ask a lot of questions of how did he get it, but he also has been trying to make builders and breakers.
Suspicious.
I mean, Jacob
is.
lives as suspicious.
He's the imposter.
Gig's entire purpose was
I mean,
to get
you
us to
have
join
fun.
Jacob White.
Interrogating Gig and trying to figure out any answers from him that are not just
no.
tiny armies of like cats or keys
Yeah.
as he tries to get answers from him.
And
Just-
as an
I feel like-
aside, I really do enjoy the fact that Alexa futilely Gig questions and not getting answers that one session. That first session in the White Mansion, on the White Estate, I really enjoyed that.
his existence is going to just slowly deteriorate, Alexa. It's not going well. It's not.
Yeah. You don't ask Gig questions expecting to get helpful answers.
Well, I imagine. So I think, Sin, if you ever wanted to talk to Gig about why does Jacob White have a weapon that you created, I would imagine something similar to like you saying, I need answers. And then just words that would be typically answers to other questions, like yes, no, just start like walking around. just going to you. So you just get a whole bunch of just words that could be answers. And that's how
I
Gig
mean-
would answer that question.
Possibly, my personal choice is punching him in the face, then asking a question. I don't
like a
really
slot
get
machine.
an answer.
That's a Hulk kind of action right there.
Yeah.
Look, I am
Anyway.
a god.
Okay, Dr. Banner.
Man, I forgot my next trivia question. It was very important too. Oh, here you go.
Oh.
It was
Is
muy
this related to
importante.
pie?
It's Rolf related too. So Rolf can answer this one. It's too easy. What is the name of his patron? Rolf's patron.
Oh, that's fair.
Captios.
Lancite the bronze spear.
Oh, 50 points. That was my follow-up. What was his title? 50 points of experience there. Yeah. All right. Tricky question. Open to everybody. Paolo gave everyone gifts, and I think I've hit this like a bajillion times. But what gift did he give Ozzy? Rolf.
He gave him forgiveness. Kinda.
Yeah. Did give him forgiveness. That's not an inaccurate statement. That he gave him warmth. He gave him longing gazes. Like, these are all things that were given. You know, source destination. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Let's go with the object he was given.
I'm blanking on it.
Well, you can have inspiration for the laugh.
it's like, forgiveness.
Cap, do you still have inspiration?
We lost a lot of inspiration. I
Yeah,
think,
we lost
last
a lot of
session.
inspiration
So,
no, I do not.
You could take the inspiration.
Perfect. Appreciate.
Anyone want to steal that?
I mean,
What was
Yeah, I
that?
can steal. Actually, Alexa pink first. Go for
well,
it.
so
Yeah,
he was
technically Alexa's
given.
first deal.
I think it was. And I'm trying to remember what the exact item was. Like, I know what it does. It was to help him contain all of the power that he
Oh, it was
produced.
a necklace.
It was a necklace. That's what, I thought it was a necklace. I
It
couldn't
was a
remember.
necklace, that's
yeah,
correct.
like I thought it was a necklace, but I wasn't positive.
Was
So
it a
it's-
necklace or a pendant?
Probably a necklace with a pendant on it. Because otherwise, you just have a pendant. You need to have a necklace to put
No,
it
it's just
on.
like a badass gold chain.
Right. Is it an amulet, perhaps? Well, I mean,
Ah,
which it was something that he was supposed to
It's no
give
brooch.
him when Sid was bringing back was combining Solus, which is partially why Gig was kind of like, hey, you break Paolo, then I'll give you all this power that you
Yep.
built up. So Paolo gave that to him so that when he does reap and murder stuff, all that power can go somewhere and it won't like destroy him.
His claw hand?
It's claw. Look at me with my claw hand.
all right. So that was a pretty inspiration plus. I think those are a group activity, so everyone get 25 for that.
Yeah.
Group answer.
ooh.
All right, let's go in a different direction here. Anyone can answer. What is the name of Solus's alter ego? Captius.
Nova.
Nova. And for a follow-up, what source of energy does Nova draw from for her power?
She draws from a inner pain. So basically, like pain.
That's right. Pain.
That's not what I thought you said at first.
She Rapunzel someone with pain.
What did you... Wait, no, what? What did you think he said?
I thought he said pants.
Pants! 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 Just pants!
The less pants people, the
You're like
stronger she
ironing
is.
pants.
Right! Just like, oh, I'm so angry! It's a wrinkle here! Pants!
Electricity.
Yep.
Oh, I just imagine her like putting on more pants, but like as shirts and stuff. Just pants.
Like a clown
Pants.
just
Yeah.
waddles in. Just,
Pants.
Gotta get her a pair of maternity pants.
right. Just get like 20 of them, right? And just wears them in layers.
She gets pants and just cuts a hole in like the crotch. That's a shirt. Pants.
Right. 50 points for getting the name, and also her source of pants.
No one suspects the pants power.
All right, here's a trickier one, and in fact, because this is like knowing know yourself is the expectation I have for everyone. Know thyself. This one's going to be like, know your party members. So, Captius, you can't answer this one.
Sure.
But someone else can, who'll get a lot of experience. What numbers are currently Captius' portents at? Rolf.
1 in 20.
I'm pretty sure
Captius? I don't think that's true because
No,
you used
I
some.
used the
Oh.
20.
Yeah.
So I have just the one.
Oh,
Oh,
Just
well,
the
now,
one.
and since you give it away, I can't continue on that question. Yes, so that's
sorry.
no, that's cool. So that's
'cause
good
we
for
used-
everyone to know that the 20 is gone.
the 20 is
Oh,
gone.
okay.
But the 1 is still there.
Yeah,
What,
it's
didn't you
still
do
there.
something where you like change the number around or something?
So I
Like,
had a
wasn't
19 and a 1,
Okay.
and I changed the 19 with the 20 because every time I get a 20, I can switch out a portent.
Yep.
that- what did you use the 20 on?
Fucking shit. I don't know. I can't remember.
I feel like
just
it was
know.
something with Sin,
Yes, I
if
know.
I remember correctly.
I think it
feel
was
like
the
you're right.
door. The crash the
Yes,
door down.
yes, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
To save Rolf.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, because like if you hit it, then we were able to rope in
Mhm.
Yeah.
with
Good
that.
call.
But if we didn't use it, it wasn't going to be.
Worth it.
Worth it.
Yeah.
Worth?
All right.
Possibly.
Because this came up previously, so unfortunately, no dice on that one. I can't do a supplementary on that one. All right. I'm going to go back to learning about the things around you. Because, as Sin so adequately things, I think sometimes we need like this printout of like, if down, then do this. If rage, do such and things. And like become this very if-then-else statement.
Mhm.
Which is never the intent. But as you grow your characters, you end up putting on layers. So anyone can answer this, but it'll be very quick because you can like practically Google this answer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It could be quick.
because otherwise you're just gonna click answers and get it. That's what I'm doing, so I have the right fucking answer. When Solus is in the group with Alexa, what effect is she under? Alexa,
You want me to give you the name or what it essentially does?
give me the name of this energy and what it does.
I know it is essentially it's protection against evil is the ability, plus it allows me to make my Eldritch Blasts go into radiant damage
Or necrotic.
or necrotic. I don't really use
Yeah.
the necrotic. Mainly it's the radiant.
Okay.
And then it's called Candlelight.
All right, so you got the name right, you got protection from evil right, and you've got changing your Eldritch Blast right, but you've missed one. So, would someone like to steal that last bit? And I see-
Resistance to radiance or necrotic.
yes.
Oh,
Which became
gotcha.
very important last session because I think necrotic damage got kicked out. at some point in
Yeah,
time.
and I forgot that was a thing.
Yep. So I'll give 50 to Alexa for majority of the answer and 25 for roll for the save. Like, you know what? Fuck, I just might start rolling down the rest of these because they're super important.
Yeah,
Oh,
they are.
God.
Because we've definitely forgotten about
You know what's
a
sorry,
good chunk
I
of
have a
them.
great trivia question.
Go ahead. I love player driven trivia questions.
Why did Alexa say she doesn't use necrotic damage?
Ooh, that's a good one. Anyone except for Alexa, because that would be cheating.
Wait, is there an actual?
There's an actual reason, yeah.
I'm kind of looking at like Alexa here, like she remembers.
When did I say this?
Okay, there's the yeah. I'm reading some body language, and you're
I'm
like,
pretty sure I can give you an answer. I just have to remember.
Because when
Does it have
Buck was
to
like,
do
it
with
also
Raven
does necrotic, you were like, oh, but I don't actually use that often.
yeah, you
And
provided
then
an
Oh.
You
answer.
don't use it that often,
Yeah.
and it's important.
It's
to some
important.
extent.
It's importante.
Is it because of the Raven Queen? I
No,
Stabbing
I-
at the dark.
yeah. So I can just say it.
I mean, I'll
Yeah.
give,
I'm curious
Okay.
as to what your answer is.
well, hold up. I want to make sure that everyone's given up first.
Oh, yeah, that's fair,
yeah.
that's
So,
fair.
Sin, do you want to take a stab at it? Rolf is like Raven Queen, which dead memories makes sense.
Which is fair. Yeah.
Tracks.
No.
Sin's like, no, this is badass. It's metal as fuck. Why wouldn't you use that? Got it. Alexa's like, I don't really remember why. So go tell us. What's up, Buck?
It's because every time you hit with radiant damage with Solus, you do an extra
Oh,
D8
gotcha, that, yeah.
temp HP.
oh, some
really
mechanic.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
the mechanics support a thematic. So to be very
Yeah.
clear, when she is doing that or when Panger is doing this, it's not like magical health. What's happening is Solus is taking it like a seamstress and weaving barriers around you. As that's
Making
your temp
pants?
hit looks like. And pants,
I also-
pants, yeah.
I
It's just
can
barriers
give
and
you-
pants.
I can give you a non-mechanical reason why.
Yeah, I was thinking
She
more like.
doesn't
Oh,
really
sorry.
use necrotic. It's because she doesn't really want to put more death into the world. Like necrotic even though she does deal with the Raven Queen who deals with like memories and stuff and she talks to the dead, she doesn't want to be something that attributes to something dying quicker, which like is kind of like necrotic damage, like things rotting.
How the fuck are you and I friends for so long?
It's a great question. And you're trying to convince like Ozzy to like believe.
I mean, that's a fair question. But it's kind of like opposites, and then she's
I didn't know that about Alexa, so I'm glad I asked that question.
See?
Yeah.
Look at that. So first off, Captius, 100 points XP. Great player-based question. Drew a great conversation together. If you guys get like spiked for that, especially has to do with your character stories or like reasons that are like what makes you your character, you can always throw them up there. If it's something like, hey, what's my favorite color? Because I put it in the thing like a while ago. Probably won't give you 100. Yeah?
I have a player-related character. That'd be interesting.
Sure.
For not my character, but for another character.
Sure.
And Captius cannot answer it.
Okay.
What?
Go ahead.
When talking with when talking to the doctor, what did Captius say his plan was for the world? Like,
all right,
for...
Sin. What's
What?
it says? Ah.
You say you want a revolution. No, basically, kind of though, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like more, what the fuck is torturing the doctor?
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. Which
I think that Alexa was going for like, what's your solution to like how you want to handle people being assholes? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He wants to take the power from them and give them to other people.
Robin Hood, that shit.
Robin Hood, yeah, like kind of like taking the
Gotta
power
find a
from
selection
stronger
plan.
people,
redistribution of power.
handing it out. Yeah, which there's a whole bunch of like moral stuff.
There's
there.
no-
You're effectively doing a coup-based revolution across other people with power. Is how I interpret it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
It
maybe the
always
people
works
that
out
are
so.
hitting the reset button need to be different people. Think about that.
We gotta reset the resetters.
Yeah. We don't need to reset the PlayStation. We need to cut off the hand that's hit the reset button. Get better hands. Power
We
glove.
need a new CEO.
Yeah, I just imagine it's like we don't need to hit the reset button. We need to take the power cord, take it out completely, and get a new power cord with different, like multiple different prongs and put it in there.
You hunt down the electrician that makes
Right.
the outlet.
You guys are all thinking too small. We have to find the CEO and replace him completely.
Let's just reinvent electricity. Tesla was thinking about doing it differently. We'll get it straight from the sky.
We're gonna do Tesla coils now. That's
Tesla
the only way.
coils.
Captius enslaves Rolf to just power PlayStations.
What are you doing here? Creating batteries. Batteries, come on. All right. So that was a good conversation. Alexa, I'll give you 50 points for starting the conversation. So I'm going to give you 25 points for answering it.
Thank you.
No problem.
For what it's worth, everyone should go watch Dr. Stone.
I don't know that.
Dr. Stone, and me. All right, general question. Refresh things that you got. When Solus is in the party with Sin, how many points of temporary hit point does she need to remove a point of exhaustion? Rolf.
20.
20. Exactly 20.
Max temp HP.
Max temp HP. That is correct. Oh,
Yep.
25 points.
It's a lot.
The thing that gets me near and dear to my heart, because like it's like Rolf's fucking end game trigger in a lot of things. How many fucking mass points does Rolf have? Rolf can't answer this. Captios.
16.
No, how much does he have currently?
Oh,
How much until he's like, well, I guess I have no solo mo.
He's at 8 right now.
I know he was at halfway. Did he cast anything since he said he was halfway
No.
through?
No,
that died.
Very
Yeah.
careful.
Oh,
Every session, I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, don't worry, I'm fine. And I'm like, okay, but you're at 8. He's like, yeah, I know, but I'm not using more of that. That's why he jumped out of the water. He's like, nope, not using my hit dice.
Yep.
It's all the same pool. That's correct.
Like
It's
you
8,
keep
25.
dying, so like, wouldn't using your hit die out be good for like health?
I'm not immediately dying now.
He's like, just find me some 5-hour health potion shots. We'll be okay.
Yeah, I just drank a bunch of caffeine. I'm okay.
Yeah.
There's a resurrection table next to us.
That we don't
Just
know,
throw
and
me
I'm
on
pretty
there.
sure it doesn't work. We're gonna just
We don't know that yet. We can always find out later.
Find
Yeah,
out
we
later.
have to kill somebody.
All right.
I'm
Here's
sure
a
one of us is
here's
gonna
a
die
trickier
first.
question. All right. When
Wait, can I answer this or no?
Wait,
I like
this one
tricky
you can't. It's gonna be a Captious based one.
Oh, okay.
He's like, no.
I love
It's
tricky
specifically a Captious one. So, when Captious is in the party with Solus, Panger can cast 2 things. That's been kind of like the go-to.
Oh, you're asking us like,
I know.
what
is
the
that
two
a
things he can cast? Yeah. Like,
Go ahead, Rolf.
He can cast Guiding Bolt as a standard action. He can also use Sanctuary on anyone else. It's called Paulo's Chosen.
That's fantastic. And because I didn't get the question out, that was not the answer. But we're doing Jeopardy-style rules now. What's the answer to the question of...
Good.
Everyone, let's try.
Let's just... Rolf's got his... He's got the... So what's everyone else's thoughts, too?
He can cast Absorb Elements on himself.
That is actually the correct answer.
Yeah.
The question was, the things he's using typically is Panger is casting Sanctuary and Guiding Bolt. What is the ability he can do for himself?
Yep.
I gotta be fast to beat a
Everything but that last one. I'm like, so close. 25
It's the only way to
points.
beat Alexa.
It's fair. Yeah. Gotta be fast in the
But
draw.
guess.
Really, it's the only way to beat Captious is one that gets most of the questions at this point.
But he's not allowed to answer this one.
That's fair.
Right, because it was about
I've
him
lost my
and his
speed
proof.
typing crown to Captious.
All right, Solus is your main companion at the moment. Well, that's not true. So is Gig. All right.
Anger.
So
Well, yeah, and Panger.
Nuru.
oh my gosh.
We waited an hour to make Nuru come back.
We
That is
did.
true. You did. You waited an hour. What are the implications of that hour, Alexa? What did you do?
In that hour, I got a bird, and then they planned how to kill snakes.
Okay.
Yep. It helped them figure out a plan while I sat there and was like, I want my bird, damn it.
Culminated
bird.
in Paulo jumping in and saving Solus and Sin falling flat on her face.
All right. So
Yeah.
we'll keep building the Captios theme. What is the name
Yeah.
of Captios' synergy with Gig? And what does it do?
Oh,
Rolf.
God. Steel Future.
Okay.
And he's able to use a set of 6 different spells that goes down the list. If he casts the 6th spell, he dies. I know that's Psychic Scream. I don't know the other 5 ones he can do.
They're all real concerning. Well, like, they sound good for, like, the
Oh,
first...
no, that's not true. He can do Fabricate as the first one.
Fabricate's
That's
the
what he-
first one. Mm-hmm.
Like, the first one sounds like, oh, that's nice. Like, you can fabricate. Like, as you go down the list,
Dark.
the names get considerable.
Yeah, it's Fabricate, Immolation, Mental Prison, Firestorm, Maddening Darkness, and Psychic Scream.
Yeah, the Maddening
Firestorm's
Darkness.
the thing that Elena, or whatever the Druid lady does, right? The one that's
Altina?
Maple and Anna's mom.
Mm-hmm. She does a lot of firestorming, yeah. She's a fire fox. And she has a lot of a conjuration of fire elementals. Yep. Boop, 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 ba-doop, ba-doop. Alright, I'm not going to say Ozzy. I think that we're 30 minutes in. We're pretty good and warmed up. So we're not going to do a recap, 'cause I'll just do a recap for you.
Okay.
You guys went upstairs, nearly died, found Ozzy.
And we found a pool and 2 people got naked.
That's true. 2 people did get naked. Who are those 2 people?
The doctor and
Captious and
Captious.
Doctor.
That's right. Doctor took
I think everyone did because they
Nope.
all.
Not Rolf.
Oh, not
No.
Rolf. But like you
Sin,
had to
didn't
get
you?
into the pool.
Well, I think in theory, I don't think you would have
go in
had
the
to get
pool?
naked because, like, if you go in with your clothes,
Then you just have wet clothes.
you just have wet clothes, but you
Cool.
also don't have the awkwardness of knowing that everyone has seen you naked.
Whatever.
Why is it awkward?
Kept
Is it awkward in this world? We have Jimmy, who was naked for a good part of the
We
adventure.
did, and remember how that
We are
was
not
real
talking
awkward
about
for
Jimmy
everyone?
in that situation again because I like to keep my terms of service at Twitch.
Jimmy's a man.
He is a man! He is a man that
Anyway.
respects terms of service.
Yes.
Everyone in the party knows how much he respects terms of service.
That's right! That's his middle name. Jimmy Terms of Service.
Livingston.
Last name to be determined by adoptive family.
Livingston. He's the bubble.
He's a
boy.
Mason now, yeah. They call me Jimmy T.O.S. Mason. Good.
He's got priorities.
All right. So the real question is where you want to pick off. Like we can sum up that last beat, but unfortunately, my week did not afford me to do the text RP bit. But it was beautifully written.
Well, so I know where we left off was that Sin was talking to Ozzy and basically trying to get him to not let Ref fully take over. To which Ozzy's like, "Why? Look at all this power I have." And then Ozzy saw that we had the doctor, and he was like, "Well, fuck you! I'm gonna kill that guy." And like the last thing that was said was Captio said, "Well, let us torture him first, and then you can kill him."
Yes.
To which Alexa's like, "Oh no."
You want to just pick up with the text RP?
Yeah. I'll leave up to Cinna whether she wants to. We can just say that happened, and we can do that, or if she wants to do it. Because again, it was very well, very thoughtfully, very, very emotional moments for the tiefling. She very rarely shows
Skip
that
hugs.
side of hugs, and she's practically begging.
Which is a bold choice.
Very bold choice
of the people to hug
That's
in
right.
that moment.
Nobody ever said I was smart.
No one has ever said this
Zero
part.
points.
But never ever say you're dumb, Sin.
But we're never gonna say she's dumb to her face because she's pretty damn strong.
I go with bold. Bold
Yeah.
it's a solid choice. It is positive in most lights.
Yeah, she has bravado. There you
Yeah.
go. That is what Dante would say. You have quite a lot of bravado, Sin. Don't worry, there's no Dante today. It's just Ozzy.
Yeah, I don't know what's worse, to be honest.
Dante or Ozzy?
Yeah, really.
Fair.
Well, one of them killed a party member. The other one just tried to kill the party.
Oh, I don't know. The great betrayer has killed lots of people. He just doesn't do it in your face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To get a name like the Great Betrayer, you kind of have to kill a lot of people.
I mean, you do. I mean, otherwise you're not keeping your status up, right? You're just like the minor betrayer, like somebody
You're
that
not-
bluffs in card game.
Does Gig send out awards for different like levels of?
Oh yeah, and Mario Party style too. He's making sure that people keep on their toes. So Sin, sorry, go ahead. We'll go back to the in character the decision, the kicking off.
Go for it, Sin.
I don't know how.
Okay, you want
I mean, ultimately, that this part is your decision. I mean, we can sum that up because again, it was very well put together.
If you just want to sum it up and be like, this is what she did, and then we can go from there, that also works. If you don't want to just read it off.
Yeah, everyone's gonna want to drink whatever it is that helps them go through it because man, this last bit of it, Ozzy's a mean bean right now. That's right, hydrate, Pac. I think that's water. Otherwise, you're prepared.
So in the text RP, Sin hugs her brother, and is just still trying to convince him to not be like Wrath. And she talked about how she used to be the same way, just kill everything, destroy everything, burn down everything. But meeting Alexa and Ford and all these people so far has made her realize, yeah, I could burn down the entire world, but it's not going to take away the things that have already happened in the past. At that point, I'll still be standing there in a burnt down world, but still have the pain of it all. But now everything else is gone, so I'm even more lonely. Does that make sense? Anyway, so
Casual feelings.
And the idea, you throw out there too, is the world's about to end. It's a bad time to be angry.
yeah, because yeah, I did mention that. So I told him, I was like, you need to step back. There are bigger things happening right now. We will figure this out, but if we put all of our energy into this right now, it's not going to matter because literally the world's coming to an end. So what's the point of focusing your energy here? If you can come and help us. Yeah.
Okay. So Captio said, let's torture the doctor. Sin is trying to calm down Ozzy. We'll lead up with that last bit from Sin of let's calm down Ozzy. Give me a persuasion roll.
Oh shit. Oh,
Good luck,
First
Sin.
roll of the day.
Sets the tone for the entire campaign.
It's for this session.
okay.
It's like, and
There's a-
Nat 20, we're done, guys. Good season 9. High five.
Either that or a nat one's like, okay, goodbye.
Oh yeah,
now,
also
everyone.
good season, guys. High five.
Like, high five. Everyone's dead. Cool.
Not fucking funny. All right. No.
Don't worry.
chance to get revenge.
Minor pressure.
Persuasion, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
/ diplomacy
One.
/ fast talking.
You got this. You can click that button.
Oh! Nat 20. Guys, it was a great.
Next
It
week.
was a great. Yes, see you guys in 2020 and 2021 in January. All right,
It's like, good game.
good game. All right, so you crit your persuasion.
Oh my god.
Is this the best day of your life, Sin?
You want to bask in this for a moment? Just
Yeah.
let's just everyone just take a moment. Let's just drinks to Sin there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't. I've got a Chick-fil-A sauce.
Don't.
Okay.
Please don't. That can't be good for your health. That's like mayonnaise.
So thank you. I just had coffee come out my nose.
You're basking in it.
All right. So Sin does the 2/3 in the season anime hug thing with Ozzy here.
The bestest
The
hug.
bestest. The pan back. The faded lights. The angst.
No, I'm like, now, Sin, did you think you'd win with hugs? Of all the
No.
things that Sin would win with, did you think it was
The
going to be
first time
hugs?
Ozzy's ever been hugged, and he enjoyed it.
Well, he was hugged by his mom and then she died. So
You're not wrong.
not wrong. Read the pros.
Ooh.
Oh, shit.
All right. So we get the doshte thing down. So he like looks at his hands, does that pensive broody teen thing like, the world hates me and I hate the world, but maybe there's another way. He just
Angst.
has this facial expression, and I don't know who's on the other side of him. I guess the moment no one is, which sounds wise. So except the doctor, who's just like watching like an asshole.
Alexa's
Taking
keeping
notes.
a healthy distance.
Yeah, so Alexa, because you're Sherlock Holmes at the party, you'll notice that
am.
he does not have that pendant on, by the way. Or brooch, or amulet, necklace, one might say. He doesn't have it on.
Super concerning.
Super concerning. He's like... He just there's like these moments where like you can like hear people breathing in the room. Like... What do you suggest?
I was like, okay.
He's like, just like, you could like, the amount, like his aura is literally made manifest. The air around him is in fact hotter. You can see like little dust mites in the area around him being like purified with white black flame. The gelatin giblets in the background, his like rave party is like...
It's just a
Well,
real concerning image.
I let go of him. We.
And he's just holding that right there, like holding, you can just like holding the rage in his hand, like, this hand of mine has the rage. I'm holding it back. What is your plan, Sin?
Well, we are going to go to the forges after this, hopefully. Is our plan to find some answers and probably figure out why people are dying and really dying, Ozzy. Not coming back, not going wherever they need to go, just dead.
And what about Jacob? He's so close.
I want to kill him too, clearly, but the order of things and our concerns right now, that I don't have an answer.
Exposed.
I don't know.
Well, I think something to consider.
What is everyone else fucking doing?
Well, I was gonna.
Standing there.
Yeah, like.
Yeah.
whoa!
I
I'm
think,
peeking out from the broken door bits, like making sure, like.
I think especially after like what they saw with Dell and everything, like I think everyone has kind of learned the lesson of like, don't antagonize Ozzy, just let him be and keep a healthy distance.
All right. Well, if Rolf's in like a peeking out mode, then Gig's hanging out with him, literally eating popcorn.
Always.
Um. Hey, friend, Gig.
Hello, friendo.
I know at
buddy,
least
pal.
something that might be good for you to mention. This is out of character because Alexa's not going to say this because she's not going to talk at anything to Ozzy because Ozzy will just kind of stab her.
Can't you use message though?
She can, so I'm going to message.
Whenever possible in character, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So she's going to try to like point, not like, hey.
I mean, you do have to point if you want to make
like
it subtle.
Point.
Well, then do a sleight of hand if you're trying to be subtle about it.
Yeah.
Because that's legitimately like what it's there for.
Because she doesn't know how observant Ozzy's being, and
you have a pretty good read on Ozzy. Like observation skills, mostly just in combat.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty fucking obvious too. Because you're like hip shot, you're like, so we need to extend to make the spell work. Guy just
A crit and a fail. Today's gonna be interesting.
It could just look like a really enthusiastic, I agree with you.
Just starts finger gunning him.
But like seeing that Ozzy has calmed down a little bit, Alexa's gonna kind of message be like, let him know that he needs to take control of the power and not like let Reth take control of him like Jacob White did.
Out of game. This is probably our best time to kill Jacob, considering Resurrection's not really working.
Oh, I think they're both aware of that.
Yeah.
But I think
that's the sad thing that I think that both Sin and Ozzy are like, you know what? Now's the time to strike. The fucker can't resurrect.
The biggest problem of why we were trying to stop Ozzy was not to not kill Jacob White. It was because that act would probably make him fully consumed by wrath at that point. And like there would be probably no saving him after that or bringing him back.
To kill Jacob.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like Moby Dick. It's his white whale.
Yeah.
So she gets the message, and then looks over to Ozzy.
I appreciate you, Buck.
I'm glad I can help.
You need to get the Reth side of you and that power under control. And if we go after Jacob right now as you are, you will completely lose it. You will not be you anymore.
It's his emotions.
You need to find your own power and not be controlled by this.
I'm not being controlled. And he whacks that pillar again. Like, more, because he whacked it before. So it's just, now it's like the half, it's already like gone. So it's like the stubble bit, like a chopped down tree. And then like you go down 2 more feet and like you whack more of the top off. Just careens near Alexa.
Good.
Crash!
Dust in the way.
Yeah, dust everywhere. I am in control of this. Do an insight check. Sin. Sin only Sin.
Okay.
He believes it.
Yeah, that's always. And Alexa will kind of like, because she already has her hand pointed at Sid, might as well just keep it pointed. Be like, he also doesn't have his necklace on. You need to be careful.
Yes, at that point, Sin does realize that there's a lack of necklace.
Ozzy.
Sin! This hand of mine, Sin. It's covered with dust.
Have you seen my claws?
Big old claws.
Where's the pendant that Paulo gave you?
He doesn't control me. Breath doesn't control me. It's gone. I am my own man. Just kind of like stands there, like there's an audience there, like applaud. There is no audience to obviously. I guess technically there is an audience to applaud. It's behind the gelatin.
While this is going on, I know that Gig is just eating popcorn.
Oh, absolutely. But
Alexa is trying to pay attention to how Gig is reacting because it's kind of very obvious that
is he sharing his popcorn with me?
He's being taken over
popcorn.
by Red, and is there any kind of reaction from Gig at all, or is Gig just completely just popcorn?
Go ahead and roll insight to read Gig.
I know it's gotta be a nat 20 to understand anything with Gig, but
I mean, Sin busted out a nat 20 to calm down an angry Ozzy.
Yeah, but then I rolled out a nat 0, so let me real quick change the color of my dice. Let me just go a nice bright blue. A bright blue of hope.
The bright blue of hope.
Or drowning, we'll see.
7.
It did not serve me well.
Double 7s. Yeah, two.
Wanted to keep
two
real,
2s.
real.
Keeping it strong. So you effectively got the what face of I got nothing. It's Gig's poker fake is just Mad Hatter level.
Yeah, he's just doing so many crazy things where you can read anything.
Yeah, it's hard to get in that double psychology. Yeah. He's definitely interested in watching, though.
Oh, I'm sure. It just feels like a thing that he would react to in some way.
Occasionally he shares popcorn while watching.
I imagine he's mocking Ozzy in the background. If he just Ozzy's doing this, and you just randomly see
he's
Gig eating popcorn, be
I love this part. Oh God! Someone's a decanter of wine. Gives it to Rolf.
Wrong character.
I know. I almost called it Dell. So close.
Right, Cap?
Yeah.
Anywho, all right. Big anime dramatic moments. You've got the peanut gallery on one side. You've got Alexa. What's Captius doing? I get the idea he's backing away, but he had a really intense idea with the doctor too.
So yeah, Captius is trying to figure out. Look, at the end of the day, there's stuff that the doctor knows about how Jacob's controlling the white dragon, what's happening with the green and the black dragons, Elo, and there's all this knowledge here that we could take advantage of, but it's obviously not the most important thing. If I'm just let's try to question the doctor, Ozzy's going to be yeah, exactly.
So do you want to aside and get in character counsel with Alexa or something, so you can bring it in character?
I might suggest, if you didn't aside, I have some suggestions of things that Captios could do that might help our current situation.
So I see that Ozzy is very much talking to Sin.
He's distracted as
right?
hell. Yeah.
He's not talking. He doesn't even know, probably even care that I'm there or not.
Can you really see past
He's in his own Final Fantasy bubble cutscene situation with Sin, being angsty and broody and
So I'm gonna go ahead and classic arm fold point to Alexa.
We're just hey.
From that direction, I'm facing Ozzy, but I'm also pointing at Alexa.
Does he also have to roll a sleight of hand to see how obvious his is?
Is he being subtle about it? Are you being subtle about it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's might as well, right?
I just want him to also roll a 1, so then we can just both collectively be really awkwardly pointing at each other, really.
Yeah, pretty awkward. You guys are not sorcerers with subtle magic at all. No, you're just look, magic is hard enough without having to be subtle about it.
Hey, Alexa.
It's oh, hey.
Okay.
Just throws a rock.
There's a message attached to it.
I basically using message. I'm basically I think there's information we can get from the doctor. I don't know how to get that information in this situation.
Alex will look at him, remember something of one of her skills that she has. She'll open her book, and she's going to write down a message to Captios, which goes into his head because he wrote his name in her book.
You signed her book.
Yeah. Can I respond or?
Yeah.
Just by thinking it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it shows up as words on her book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it just looks like she's reading.
The doctor. Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So like Tracy, like we need to get this information from the doctor, and Alex just kind of looks at her book.
Then a rock flies by her.
It's like,
She throws the book with a quill.
and she just simply like puts down, I don't think that should be our priority. And then
To which I'm going to respond, yeah, at this moment, no. But what's the long term?
well, so then she's gonna
What's
put
the
down,
long term plan here?
but she's not done. She's still
And
writing.
then I'm like, think big picture.
There's like a little like emoji of like a picture that just enlarges, just like appears
well,
on
her
her
big
book.
picture right now is they have a very volatile tiefling that like one wrong word is gonna kill them. So it's just like I am, like a very big picture, at like our death. But so she'll write down like, Ozzy believes he's in control. Use your book to see if there's any knowledge on what's happening to him.
Use Ex Machina, let's go.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like he
A
thinks
giant
he's in
book comes in and
control
saves
if
you all.
the book from Paolo tells you, or at least lets you understand what's happening to him. At least he can understand it, because we're going on a lot of assumptions.
Where I am right now, I can't see the doctor. Can the doctor see me?
No, because you're both around like
Okay.
the corner. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
like,
I'm gonna
I
go
definitely
ahead-
understand trying to be away from the doctor, be like this.
Yeah, because I don't want the doctor to see me with this book. I take out the book and I put my hand on it,
Mm-hmm.
and I basically ask,
Wording is important. It's like almost like a wish, like Google searching abilities. Mm-hmm.
yep.
Google foo.
Google foo. Ask Captios.
Jutsu.
Jutsu.
At what point in the transformation of a breaker from their natural state to when Reth starts like taking over, and obviously I'm saying this in like POC terms, not Captios term, but takes over, do they lose control? Like, how can you tell whether they are in control or they are not in control?
Okay. So as you do that, it responds back, the ability to exert free will, as opposed to rampant. What's the right word here?
Destruction?
No, destruction is the noun.
Modulation?
No, indiscriminate. Indiscriminate destruction.
Got it. And so I put the book away and I look at Alexa, and I'm just like waiting for her to write in her book so that so I can respond. So I'm just, and
So,
she would,
like,
she would know
sees
that.
that he's like looking at her and she's like, so. She's like, eh.
And I say that, like what the book said, and then I say, seems like he's in control. Because he's not wantonly destroying things, right? Like he's not just indiscriminately destroying stuff. And right now, specifically, he is exerting free will.
That's tough for Ozzy.
Speaking of
He
which,
killed so many people. So it's hard to
For
tell
a
if
purpose, right?
Yeah, but
They're
he's
in his
different-
way.
Like he's different than what Sin was in Avernus.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, cause
she attacked
that-
Alexa.
Yeah, I was not in control.
Like,
literally.
Yeah,
thi-
and-
like
and
if
he
he was
attacks-
not, no, but if he was not in control, we would all be dead. Like that's the difference, because he wouldn't have even thought about stopping or talking to us
Yeah.
or whatever. He would have just been bam, bam, bam with a thank you, ma'am, with a fucking his claws, you know?
Chaos, yeah. I see you.
So what Alexa's gonna write, because Sin also put her name in her book. This is the easier way than blatantly pointing at things. She's
She's
about,
just,
like,
just writing, Dear Journal, WTF.
and so she'll write to Sin, like, you need to ask him how many of those deaths did he want to do, and how many could he not stop himself from doing.
Ooh. Yeah, Sin, you're a tiefling, so roll intuition.
Oh my god. Intuition. Wait.
Insight?
Because he also
Insight.
tried to kill Sin. which is like a
Yeah. Look at all those solid 19
Yeah.
and natural 20.
My God.
Yeah, on fire.
Sid
Don't make a
came to
character
play.
today. It'll be like 18s across the board. Yeah, so as far as like insights go, like from a place of like logic, it's like, tell me about your mother. You seem quite angry. I can't help but notice that you broke my neck. Like, that sounds like something that would incite him, like condescendingly. Like, oh, your
Yeah.
control. How many? Like, if you want to pick a fight with him, you'd say that. Don't challenging him sounds like a bad idea.
yeah.
So I'll reply back to Alexa. Don't think that's a good idea. He might take that in the wrong way. Coming from me too.
Yeah. Oh, you're in control. How many people did you kill? I could kill you.
Yeah.
So it's a checkbox answer. Yeah.
Okay. So like then Alex will just write like the only way to know if he's no longer in control is if he kills indiscriminately. And that's all she puts out. Like, so however Sin wants to try to figure that out or just accept that that's the thing.
She'll reply, well, he hasn't killed us yet.
He did try to kill you.
Did he?
Oh, yeah. Well,
Wait.
From
character.
From when Captios told us that.
Oh, the alternate reality situation?
Yeah.
yeah.
He tried to kill Sin.
That was days ago.
Yeah, it was a long
Like,
time
that
ago.
was
Does
like
he, do his
2 days.
eyes look the same, Buck, right now as they did then?
Well, then he had 2 normal, like, white eyes with, like, red irises. Now he's got, like, about down the middle and, like, this side is, like the
stuff is
charcoal
obviously
and
taking over him.
inky whites
Got it.
instead, like, coal, more like gig eyes.
Because I thought in the cave, both his eyes were, like, black or something.
Yeah, they both looked that way when he went, like, on Sin. They both look like what his one eye does now.
Got it. So he does look like that. Could I, given like everything I know, could I assume that if his other eye goes black, that means he's lost control?
I think that's a fair assumption because Captios is a big brain. Like that's
Yeah.
kind of like the canary in the coal mine.
And I know we mentioned last session specifically with how Reth is taking over, it's not to his heart yet. It's specifically on the opposite side of his heart, so it hasn't reached all the way. So I think it's just like basically the idea of he has control now, but how long can he keep control? Like what is the act that will make it take control? But again, that's up to Sin for however she wants to word that and
we know
around
that
the mind that is Ozzy.
do we know how to like basically fade that part from him? Like, is it just calming him down? Like, or do I need? Should I look in the book? Like, I can look in the book.
Out of character, like to this point in time, you don't know a method.
Yeah, we don't know how to. All we know, and the whole idea of like coming here was that when Sin was taken over, it was Alexa that got her to kind of get out of it, and so that was the idea of coming here, was to have Sin help him realize kind of where he is and stop him from getting to that point to where we might not be able to stop him.
So Sin looks back to Ozzy after replying to Alexa. So, okay, you're in control right now. Clearly, you're not punching me in the face. I appreciate that, by the way.
He's got that day's not out look on his face.
Give it time.
We're not dead yet, so we're okay.
Yeah. But how long is this going to last, Ozzy? You cannot look at me and tell me that how you look right now is control. It's taking over you. You're conscious now. You're aware of what you're doing. You're choosing the things that you do, but for how long? And are you okay with that?
If Jacob dies, wouldn't you be?
No, because I wouldn't be me anymore.
But Jacob will be dead.
And you won't be you. You won't have any memory. So what's the point? You can't enjoy your vengeance if you don't remember your vengeance.
I don't want to enjoy my vengeance. I just want the fucker to be dead. I'm not doing this for vengeance. I'm doing this. I hate him so much. There isn't anything I wouldn't do to see him suffer. To see him not be able to do this. And he like points over to like the doctor and then like points over to you. You're telling me the world would not be a better place without him in it.
It would be, in my opinion. I agree. But
it would be a worse place without you in it.
Do you want some Disney music, a bird to fly?
Yeah. Where's the puddle? Singing a song into the puddle.
You didn't realize we were in Alabama.
And we'll mind.
fuck off, guys. Oh, now I lost my train of thought. Fuck.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sin, just think Disney.
Yeah.
You got this.
Oh God, Sin and Disney. I just. So the last line. Well, last line was, "Wouldn't the world be a better place without
him in it?"
Jacob in it?" He's keeping that hand strong. Just.
It's really concerning. No. I mean, yes, probably. Yeah, for you and I'm sure, but like, it's just not the fucking priority right now. Just the truth of it. And sometimes you just have to accept what happened in the past and focus on something that's a little bit more, which is the entire world that is going to go away forever.
So like that whole entire like notion of like the world's going away forever. Alexa, you're watching this. Alexa, roll insight.
Oh.
Or does Ozzy give a shit?
That's the insight.
Where does his depression go?
We're Mulan now?
Mm-hmm.
17. Yeah, so Sin said this a few times, like, the world is ending, bad things are happening, you'll cease to exist. Like, this doesn't seem to have the same gravity to Ozzy.
I think something that like Alexa's realizing as she's watching this is we're all thinking of the next step. I think and she'll write this down to Sin. Like, I think Ozzy's decided this is his last step. Like, this is his last thing.
People are happiest in their last day. Awareness. Google. Especially in these dark COVID times.
So she pauses for a moment after hearing what Alexa said to her.
Well, yeah, like it goes into your head,
brain, yeah. It's just like,
but it takes away the awkward, like,
Sin? Did you know that?
Oh, there's like a weird owl or bird that like sounds like
text-to-speech owl style. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're content to just throw everything away.
What define like Ozzy like walks starts like walking a bit to the doctor. Not fast, just a couple steps, then turns around to face Sin. Define everything exactly. Like what is going through your head, Sin? What do you think? This world, it sucks. Yes. I'm leaving that behind. That should make me feel what? Sad? Fuck this world. It could burn the fucking ground. It could disappear from fucking existence. As long as that fucker, he points just randomly in the distance, as long as that fucker doesn't get to escape that fate too. Because both of us know, that asshole's got some plan, or a plan on a plan, or a plan on a plane to avoid whatever the fuck this is. I couldn't live with that. Could you?
Ozzy.
At that, actually, Sorry, Sin, go ahead.
No.
I was saying at that point when I hear that, I'm gonna look at Alexa to like write to me. I need you to
Semya, text me, bro.
I like to just look and be like, hey. Okay.
As a heads up, it does seem like Jacob's plan is to basically wield enough power to like take over the world.
Yes.
So, is it the worst thing to let Ozzy kill him?
Welcome to the dark side.
Go ahead.
Go
Well,
Go ahead, Tim. Well,
Get the
he's
hood.
like-
I mean, and like Alexa will respond, like it's not a question of should Jacob White die. It's a question of at what cost.
So what's the cost?
Bum bum bum. Ba-dum.
Ozzy. See, by killing an enemy, we lose a great ally.
Yeah. Ozzy, I don't want to see another family member die. For starters.
He has like this again. Now the hand is kind of like frustrated, like hand motion, like a karate chop, Cobra Kai, that shit.
Yeah.
Like, and Alexa also writes to Sin, just like Luna ?
Yeah, and as you say that, like as the peer, he says, Luna's right up there with him. That's a family member. And then like Ozzy looks at Sin and is like, what? You got the lineage down on me, but didn't realize that Luna is my sister?
And he said he wanted to kill her too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why Sin's like, I don't You said you wanted to kill her.
I said I want to kill you all the time.
Not wrong. What happens?
I'm like, my fucking brother, God!
Like it looks all just like right down like what happens to Luna once Jacob and Ozzy are dead.
Yeah, who's going to watch over her? What happens to her? She's going to be the only one left.
Welcome, Mama Sin.
No, absolutely not.
I refuse.
So
Maple, sister.
everyone's on an airship with Dante.
You're gonna just leave her as well?
Ah! Clearly, he didn't think about that. just.
Like while he's like stomping around.
Yeah,
I'm
he throws a tantrum. Like, you know, he just walks in a circle, yelling, both little hand, big hand in the air.
And I'm gonna message Sin and be like, if he kills Jacob, he may lose control and actually kill Luna. I'm gonna message Sin that.
And Ozzy, you need to think as well about what I just said with what's happening with you. If you go and kill Jacob and it takes over completely, who's stopping you from killing Luna?
Ah! Ah!
Do we really want to keep making the guy unstable even angrier?
So, like,
Angry arms.
so Ozzy's not great at thinking, but he's trying.
What?
Same. Yeah.
He's like grabbing his horns. Which one he can actually grab and one like it's really too easy to grab.
Aw.
Takes deep breaths. Doctor's like just taking mental notes like an asshole. And you can just tell because Rolf's like right there. It's like he's definitely like, oh, I see that the stimulus of anger has made him 10% more volatile. So the concern is that I'm going to lose myself. Make sure I understand this. I'm gonna lose. You think I'm gonna lose myself? Let's just first bullshit. Secondly, let's assume that we live in the world where that
First
happens.
bullshit.
Because I killed Jacob. Right? Is that you're going with, Sin? That I'm gonna kill Jacob, that I'm gonna fucking and then
Yeah.
okay. Then go fucking kill Jacob. If I'm not there, I won't go and we can all right off the fucking sunset or wherever the fuck you want to go after this. A forge? Sure. Sounds like a great place to raise a kid.
I mean, there's no one stopping you from killing Jacob.
Glance at Alexa and Captios.
And she's literally making this face like, it's not. He's not wrong. He's not.
Well, that's I wasn't really expecting you to say that.
Oh, no, we're talking about like an alternate reality where fucking bunnies are
I'm not
wolves.
saying you're going to be able to.
You know, hawks are fish.
My concern is, Ozzy, is would you even be content with that outcome just in general?
No.
The sassiest no ever. Yeah.
I would not.
Well, the other option is you put on your fucking necklace.
He's like, kind of like that. I can't.
Fucking jewelry.
What do you mean you can't?
I broke it. How else now is gonna fucking kill Paolo? And then like when you like Solstice's like, oh, Paolo's dead. She's all sad. She's like just trying to hold back the fact that you're negotiating with terrorists here. But that got her.
Why did you kill Paulo?
He's pretty insufferable.
I'm wrong, but like
Not death
a
itself.
little.
Look. No. We're not having this conversation. We're not having this conversation like this. It's sassy. Just you know as well that he provokes you, right? He judges you and he's condescending. He thinks he fucking knows everything and he doesn't. And then he's like, oh, and then you're like, ah! Then he throws you off. Then you fly and the friend you gotta.
Does Sid pick up that he's like being like just full of shit right now?
I can do
insight
intuition.
check him?
Yeah. Insight check.
Yeah, I wonder who else get insight, because that sounds like a really strong... Oh, jeez.
22. Yeah, he seems like he's, besides it being less like of a narrative and more like a series of sounds, yeah, it seems like he's being serious.
Well,
That...
there goes that good idea. Can we get another one?
Yeah, let's just go back in time.
Would
Looks-
Captios think
Captios.
that Alexa's necklace could be used to funnel the energy? It's also a crystal from my city family.
The Miss City
It just
family.
does something
yeah.
different.
You want her fancy, I can turn to a large bird necklace
Can I
to
give him
then
my
funnel
bracelet?
Aussie energy into it? That
Yeah.
feels
So
like...
there,
real-
I heard like two different ideas. Cause, yeah, no. There's the first one, which is can you repurpose the necklace? And Captios's main big brain thought is that as they're currently configured, it would transfer, it would merge. Like you would have, it would make more sense not to obtain like put a barrier around, but more. You would merge. So if you want a weird like Goku fusion thing with Sin, that sounds more feasible than like replacing the original intent. Over time, you could probably just like disassemble it and use the raw parts, but you're talking about time and resources that you don't have at the moment. As opposed to like jury rigging what it currently does and making a minor tweak.
You're saying put one necklace around Ozzy, put one necklace around Sin, and
It
have
would be
them-
more like an earring on one of them because one's like a necklace and one's like
one
a
is a
bird
necklace
size
on a bird.
one.
Right.
One is a necklace on a bird.
So it would be like an
Get
earring
yours.
and a necklace. But
Her
we
bracers could technically. Those bracers are meant to basically channel and stop like this full-fledged change, right?
yeah, the way Paolo explained it is that they're used to protect Sin and help like training wheels. So she's always riding the bike, but it keeps her from like toppling the bike over.
And also not positive, but working with jewelry and stuff like that, isn't that typically what like an artificer would do? Not a
Out of
wizard?
character, Sin, could you just take off your bracers and put them on Ozzy with your key?
Well, she can take her bracers off at any point. Well, she hasn't tried.
She hasn't tried, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you try to take them off?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they come off.
Oh.
Surprise! You could take
A whole
them
bunch
off.
of like dirt and shit around my wrist.
Yeah. So like, what is it? There's like the power of goodness, but like the idea of doing it for the right reason, she can take them off.
Would it work with one bracer on each, like having one training wheel? Like, is that even like basically you become
That would just like
tricycle.
topple your bike over. So I mean,
Yeah.
you're like experimental, which like the doctor is all about finding out what happened if you do that. It would also like be building a house with like half of your walls, so you're really hoping the wind just comes from one direction.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. First of all, I'm trying to work with the doctor right now.
So, I mean, looking at this, I know talking with Ozzy logically is not going to happen.
No.
But he broke the necklace.
Yes.
So, like the power that he'll probably have to use to kill, like the amount of power that he'll absorb once he kills Jacob White, will kill him.
Yeah.
It's not a question of does he have control anymore. By the basics of like understanding how like the power, like the amount of power that he creates by like limit breaking, what it does, it's not a question of, oh, but you'll lose control. It's now like, oh, you'll die. You don't have the necklace that would stop it.
But it's basically a nuclear bomb, so anyone in the vicinity, including Luna Hope,
And it will kill it. It's no longer a question of it might happen. It's a question of when it happens.
Right. So how? Fuck.
Well, I mean, just tell him that. Ask him where he broke the necklace.
Yeah.
Maybe we can go
Ozzy.
get the necklace.
Well, he said he needed to break to kill Paulo. So it's back in the Festered Lands.
Yes.
I got a
He
map for
needed
that.
to kill
Look
Paolo,
at that.
or
That's like back on my map.
Technically, we could create him a new one, but I need Clemens for that. Although Clemens owes me a favor, so.
Several.
But we don't even know where he is.
I can find him. I have sending. Like, I can just ask him, hey, Clemens, it's Captios. I'm alive, haha.
How come you
that
didn't
time
talk
I-
to me, dog? I was worried about you.
remember that like month that I just hated you?
Yeah. Are you guys? Isn't that just?
Dude, the world's gonna end. I really don't. More important things.
I got time for this antagonism right here. World's gonna end. We can deal with this later, assuming you survive. Yeah. So in character times.
Yeah.
So currently, you're at a pretty tense moment. Sin is, to bring it back to in scene, the idea that Ozzy is like, would you be happy about this? And like, no, you weren't. No, I would not be. And he did very sassily, like a teen acting out. Alexa and Captios are kind of like in that theorycraft mind mode. What's Rolf up to?
Eating popcorn with Gabe.
Enjoying life, right? It could end tomorrow for all everyone knows. Enjoy it with gig and popcorn. Okay.
I got no horse in this race.
Got no
so-
horses. I want to
Well-
live. The living horse. That's
Yeah.
my horse.
Have you tried living? It's real good.
I'm team not dead.
Yeah,
Yep.
team nine. Good. All right.
While Sin and Ozzy are just like going back and forth, Captive's going to take the book out again.
Okay.
And he's going to say, is there a way to naturally remove Wrath from a transitioning breaker?
Yeah. Okay, so you put that down, and the
Oh.
book starts
That's
repeating back. It's
nice.
like once a tiefling has started their transition with Ref, it will always end with being part of Ref. There is no stopping that.
Which is fundamentally not true because Sin did that in the past, right?
So now,
I don't know
She's
that,
got some
but-
magical items.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but that's
Well, and also, if I'm understanding it correctly, it's saying you can't stop him from becoming a part of Reth. It doesn't say you cannot stop them from becoming Reth. Like, it's like a part thing. Like, there's always going to be a part of Reth in them because that's what gives them the breaker ability.
Got
Yeah.
it. So did the book think I was asking about the whole like?
But its wording is important.
Yeah.
So I
So-
think.
Effectively, it said, "How do you live without a heart?" And it's like, well, without a heart, you don't have blood and you die.
Yeah. I just
Right.
think there's two ways to interpret how it answer that because there's also two ways to interpret how you
How would
asked
I-
it.
I feel like
It's the
Cap
D
would
and D,
know
like
the
the best
word,
part of
yeah.
it. It's like the wish thing. Like your phrasing can get. You can ask the same question twice and get different answers too.
How can you
How-
stop a breaker from losing control to Reth?
how do you naturally stop a break, like a full breaker from? How do you naturally stop a full breaker who has started to lose control to Wrath?
A list shows up like a psychology page.
Oh,
Sleep.
Just
Stasis.
sleep.
Abjurative magic. Banishment. Death.
Well, all right.
well,
How do you use banishment?
Like, I know that one of us has banishment.
How to use banishment? If you start seeing like all you went to school for about the school of like how to use the banishment spell, which is a higher level spell. You see it like start flying by like a Wikipedia article, which is the banishment spell. How to use banishment.
Sorry, how do you use? I said how do you use banishment because I like everything I said before. I re-say because Capios, yeah, 'cause
How do I use banishment to stop?
naturally stop a
I like that you keep
breaker
saying naturally as if like, but what are the unnatural ways to do it? What are
yeah.
the...
to stop a breaker from losing who has started to lose control to Wrath.
It goes and states you would create a ritual for the banishment spell for a restrained breaker, banish them to the natural plane that
Which would be-
the Wrath energy exists. And then it has like ... and it has like this list in different languages of where those are, and it exceeds like it just keeps scrolling like a Linux boot up
'Cause
screen.
he's
It just keeps
everywhere.
scrolling.
Yeah, he's in like every because of all the gates.
Oh,
So it's like you will end up in one of these like 666 places.
Good, solid number.
Number of the beast.
Oh yeah.
shit. Hmm.
And that will, but by the sounds of it, that will that make like my understanding of banishment is that they go to another plane, and only if they're native to that plane will they stay there. So
Yes.
it's the idea that banish him to a plane where Reth is native to, and
The
then
Wrath
only
will stay
Ozzy will come
behind
back.
and he'll come back.
But then will Ozzy no longer be a breaker?
Or will he be so attached that he won't come back? Either. Like
That
there's a
too.
few outcomes there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like what if, like, because we don't know, like, there's not a percentage. You're like, well, he's only 30% Wrath right now, so if we go in, he probably is strong enough to come back.
Does he come back like Edward without the arm? No arm, one eye.
And
Yeah.
on book, how
Clyde.
long would a breaker losing control to Wrath need to sleep to reverse the effects?
It states it depends on how far they are, how far gone. And it gives like the chart. So it's a little more helpful than that. It's like, if they've just started breaking, they could like sleep for about a year. And then it goes to like this full progression. And as you meet, there's like this crossover point at around like between 40 and 60%, like right in the center, that it exceeds the natural lifespan of a tiefling.
Oh, that's fun.
So at that point, you'd be doing that and doing things like, potion of youth or something. Well, no, you'd still die at old age. So no,
So
you have
so
to come
not,
undead.
not a long rest, like a life rest.
Okay.
So really, only banishment. The only one that's openly available to get Reth out of him is that. So my struggle.
It's real.
It's real, but if we're looking for a powerful ally, and that's why we got Ozzy, there's nothing saying that we need to remove Reth from him. Just that we can't allow Reth to take over. Like, that's the point that we're trying to hit.
Right.
Is Reth is always going to be a part of him, like Reth is always a part of Sin. We just are worried about when Reth takes over, because then he no longer has control. So
it becomes indiscriminate destruction, right?
Yeah. So it's kind of like a weird thing, because like
we could have it stop here, and if we could put a pause on it, that's a reasonable play.
Maybe we limit the
back
transition.
and forth between with the bracers between Sin and Ozzy until we figure this out.
Yeah, how about, hey, we're in character. Let's try putting a bracer on Ozzy.
Yeah, so the last thing that happened in scene while like big brains are like thinking things out, Rolf is enjoying like being alive for a minute longer. But
have
the last
you tried breathing air? It's like my favorite.
It's like, would you be happy with this? And he sassily is like, no, I would not be happy if someone else went and killed Jacob. Because he's talking about an alternate universe where down is up and cats and dogs live together. So bringing it back to this moment.
Okay, so necklace broken.
Yes.
Got it. Other option. I just happen to have bracers that help me. Maybe they will help you. I'm not trying. All right, don't give me that look. First of all, I'm just trying to help.
By putting like slave bands on me.
Yeah, well, I didn't like it either, but here we are, and at least I'm not going crazy and borderline killing all of my family. So that's a bonus.
At that point, Alexa so very cautiously steps forward. Like, oh God, okay.
It's like, I'm not killing all my family. Meanwhile, the Avernus Battle Royale, victim 1.
Alexa just like steps a little forward, and she'll be like, Ozzy.
Actually, no. Make a wisdom saving throw versus his just raw intimidation. His aura is
intimidation,
palatable.
not like fear. Because I don't think I can.
It'll be save versus fear. Yeah, wisdom saving throw.
I don't think I can be feared. I have to double check. I feel like there's something in here I have.
Okay.
That means
double
I
check
cannot
that.
be feared.
Know thyself. If you tell me that your character cannot be feared like a paladin or frightened.
Yeah, I feel like there was something that I have that makes me immune to fear.
Okay, we can play off that, and we can come back to it later.
Yeah, I'll double
PSA
check, but like,
to know
there's
thyself.
something in that just like makes me feel like I have immunity to fear.
All right. It'll make up for the protection against evil that we missed. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, it's like, oh, that's fair. Like she's immune to fear, but doesn't mean that she does not feel.
Oh, you feel it, but it doesn't dictate your actions. Yeah, go ahead.
She's like, without Paolo's necklace, or without something to contain your power, if you kill Jacob White, it's no longer will you lose control. It will be you'll have too much power and everything will die.
One, roll persuasion.
Yep. And she's like, oh God. Just
Come on. Come on. Zit.
Oh God. Oh, I've been rolling real shit. So the fact that
Here
this
we
is
go.
like
Lol.
No nat ones.
12. All right.
oh God.
So as you
Wait,
say,
inspiration?
to use 25, you can. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a big difference.
Boom.
All right.
Yeah, that is a big difference. Yeah.
So as you say that, like very convincing, against the aura of raw and unbridled fear and terror that is Ozzy's continued existence. The moment The doctor finally says something.
Oh God. Oh no.
Well, that would not be an accurate statement, Alexa.
Oh,
You
God.
see, with the proximity that we currently are to the Great Seal, he would not truly, be as destructive and erupt. He would just simply go to the seal and be then contained as a source of energy.
You know what? Of all the things the doctor could have said, that's not the worst one.
Well,
Yeah.
That's not the worst thing.
We have confirmed this theory in practice with number 6.
Oh God.
The thing that do though is like
There it is.
Yep, it's like, and then it goes to numbered.
he's
Yeah.
probably like that means though that like he's not gonna blow up Luna. He's just gonna
Is that you're saying that in character?
no.
Okay. Because
Yeah.
Doctor would solve that line of thought for you.
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, I guess like Alex looks to doctor like,
This is adding to the bank of information that you clearly have not given any to me yet, but I see that goodwill is very beneficial to our continued relationship. He looks around like we're the only people here.
so like so he won't blow up. He'll just
Oh no, he will absolutely blow up, but the explosion, you see, will not be so massive as an uncontained. It would gravitate towards the seal, of which it is designed to contain the Gigareth energies, you see.
that like Alexa just looks to Ozzy. It's like
Ozzy's like, I hate everything about him. It's like his face is like,
it's like I hate this.
he's literally, then he finally like, I'm confused. So
People are throwing logic at me. What is this?
he will die? What?
He'll
You'll explode.
he'll die. You'll explode, and you'll just be a
You cut out. You'll be a what?
like he'll die. You'll explode, and you'll just be a power source for someone else to use. Can you hear me?
I can. He's thinking.
Okay.
Don't like that last part.
Yep. Figured you wouldn't.
But he'd be dead. That wouldn't be a power source for long. The world's gonna end, right? Looks to Alexa and her big brain. It's like, put me in a bottle.
Oh my gosh. Do you know that one of the threats that we face is a dragon?
Why do you think of a thing against oh, because I hunted a bunch of them.
He literally had a whole
He literally, like, he legitimately, look at my face, like he completely forgot that he was hunting dragons.
Yep, that's my brother. Yep.
You could
What?
kill Jacob, but think of how many other things you can destroy first.
You know, it kind of pisses me off that you think that all I think about is destruction. Just
Alexa turns.
the hypocrisy is
all
thick
the
in his
dead
statements.
bodies.
Oh, they tried to kill me first. Most of them. A few of them ran. Most of them ran.
I mean, I kind of think about destruction often.
Like, fuggo hands to sin. Like, see?
I know. I'm not saying that you're all about destruction. I'm just saying there's opportunity to do more. I'm not saying that you don't eventually kill Jacob White. I'm just
What are
saying.
you, my fucking life coach?
Nope. I'm just trying to let you keep control.
I have control. I'm gonna keep control. Jacob's gonna die. Luna can get on a boat. Or a
So,
bird.
man,
How
yeah.
much
So-
of that is it just you telling yourself that?
Is the seal right next to us, by the way? Is
It's
this the
underneath.
seal?
It's underneath. Like the facility is built around a giant seal.
Yeah, like the seal
Got it.
itself is behind like a huge ass wall.
Got it.
Yeah.
The explosion that would occur in Captios's mind, would that if Luna was in the room unprotected, would she die?
You feel that she wouldn't, because you spent some time, like, before any of this with that family.
Yeah.
So you feel that she probably would, but there's just
Yeah.
something different about her. So there's that question mark, but 89% chance, yeah, she's vaporized.
Got it.
Alexa's kind of like, oh god, it's okay. And to like take a deep breath, like, I don't think that all you think about is destruction.
Then he like immediately calls. He's like, "What else do you think about them? Life coach." She thinks about dumplings. I know that.
Yeah. I think the world knows that she thinks about dumplings.
Go ahead,
I just-
lay it on me,
About me.
coach.
If you kill Jacob, you're just becoming what he was trying to make you.
It's my choice to kill him, though.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure I want to kill him. Pretty sure it's a thought that I've had for a long time. Pretty sure it was reinforced, and he like points to the portal when my mom died.
Why is he pointing to the portal?
Because that's where his mom died.
That's where his mom died.
Like in that spot, but I
Yeah.
thought she was.
She was standing there. When
Yeah.
she
So
died.
why is there a portal there where she was standing?
Because that's where he came out, if I remember correctly. Sorry.
No, that the different reasons. But that is where the
what-
scene happened.
Wasn't she putting crystal or something?
She was
Or-
crystallized. She was frozen.
Crystallized. Okay. Right. Alright.
And like hearing this, Alex was like, I can't fault you for that. And for wanting to kill him and making that your decision.
But
I just,
let's get the
Yeah, it's
the
like-
butt, Alexa.
of everything that I know about Jacob and everything you know about Jacob, can you guarantee that when you kill him, he will finally be dead? And that he won't have something else in place or someone else in place just to pick up and do the same thing to someone else? How do you know it ends with you killing him?
How do I know that if doing nothing is the right thing? How do we know anything, Alexa? It's something you feel. I feel like the best thing I can do right now is go up those stairs. He points in the corridor where there absolutely are no fucking stairs. Go up those stairs, put his little head in his big ass hand, and just squeeze until he stops breathing. You're right, Alexa. I don't know. Do you know? Do you know what happens if we leave him go? Maybe he fucking throws Luna in like a pit to hell.
I don't know.
So what do we do?
But-
We just sit around and talk about the things we shouldn't be doing.
Your Sin's family. You guys don't have a lot of family. I don't want to lose another Thatcher in the world.
Just taps his foot. So we just stand here all day? That's what we do?
No.
You know what I don't want to do? I don't want to see Jacob get away from everything that he's done. And I don't think it's justice. I just want to see that fucker burn.
Then take away things that he's done. You care about Luna. At least you don't want her to die. Get her away from him.
Well, I can't get close to Jacob to do that, because you all seem convinced that if I do that, I'm gonna detonate the world, or looks to the doctor, or partial world, or looks for Rolf but can't find him, or kill a dragon, kill it. What? Okay.
We're just saying don't kill Jacob White. We're not saying don't use us to help save Luna.
So you're implying that we kidnap Luna Hope, and then do our next place?
Well,
Take a small child with us on.
she is Ozzy's sister, right?
Yeah,
She's your sister.
yeah.
Don't you want to save your family?
I do, but we're talking a little kid traveling with us to God knows where against God knows what.
Would you rather her stay with Jacob?
Fuck no.
Ozzy says that in direct unison. Fuck no.
I was like, it's just a suggestion.
Is Luna your half sister?
I don't think we know at this point.
Is Rolf like rolling out to ask that question?
It's like, hold on.
No, that was out of character.
Okay.
Like eating popcorn. Half
Aw,
sister.
man.
This is
what's
asking
the
James like, hey, is this
I really wish you did though.
Yeah.
No, I'm not that dumb.
It's like I'm on team live longer.
I mean, it's a solid idea, and it kind of puts a pause on killing Jacob. And I'm not saying I don't want to do that either, but it's you brought up a good point, Ozzy. There is some concern though, if they're together, what's stopping him from just tossing her into pits of hell just to get out, like as a hostage?
And then so Ozzy says, or merchandise.
So.
Yeah, it's how he works. He's a fucking merchant. He's a dirty, slimy, cares about the money and nothing else. Just looks around for Rolf. Merchant.
Rolf like rolls.
Just like, I'm in danger! Just dives in the water. It's like, don't heal me. Blah, blah, blah.
Cast shape water and turn it into like ice with a little air pocket.
Yeah.
Captios immediately starts going into his brain like hostage negotiation. Like, are we in the middle of a hostage negotiation? Basically, if we're trying to get Luna Hope.
Kind of, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only.
Mm.
It's the only other thing I could think of to feel like we're hurting Jacob for the time being. You know, helping Ozzy with that, and also kind of, I don't know where I was going with this sentence. There's a lot going on, guys. I'm sorry.
There's a lot.
Fuck.
I just want to do since like there's a lot happening right now.
There is.
How well do you know this area, Ozzy?
He looks around. It's like, points to the hole in the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well enough to know what's earth and what's stone.
Okay.
From the outside, that looks like a giant fucking hill.
Because I know that this is a
I think the word you're looking at is saying that I am amazing. Can we get to that point?
Out of character, because we're in the seal of Giggurath. We're in the seal of that.
Yeah.
And I know that as a candle, they would have some.
And Captius knows it too, yeah.
Yeah, like some general understanding of it, but it's also kind of like Jacob's keep. So how much knowledge, like, would it be plausible that Captios has seen a map of this place?
No, not
okay.
Yeah,
Not the keep.
Not the keep part.
Yeah, like that's what I was trying to figure out. Like, if we're trying to save Luna, would it be plausible that any of us would know?
I don't know. How ballsy was like before campaign Captios because he was trying to get into the library.
Yeah.
And he was. It kind of makes me feel
I
like he
don't-
would try to go to the secret things just enough to like glance over them because he doesn't need to like study them. He just needs to see them once.
Yeah, I don't think he's like. So first off, I think his first
New
mission at the
Ca-
time
New
was
Candle.
Alexa,
Right.
also like Alexa.
So I don't think like going into the secret files of Jacob White. I feel like the candles do, but it's the corrupt candles that are maintaining those blueprints.
Okay. Well, Ozzy, where do you think he's hiding right now? Or can you sense him?
Where? No, he's points down the corridor. I know where he is. He's down that corridor. He's going to go up right there. If I know that asshole, and I know that asshole, with him quite a bit.
So where the corridor he's talking? So I'm looking at the map right now.
South.
South. Okay.
Two things. Two important things. I'm not the smartest person, but they just popped in my head. Solid idea, because Jacob is gonna be assuming that you're that's what you're doing. I mean, it's kind of obvious, Ozzy. Like you want to fucking kill him.
He's
and then
afraid,
maybe-
scared. I'd be scared
Well,
too if I
maybe-
was him. If I felt fear.
using that, going in, having Jacob thinking that he's gonna take you on, and then like faking him out and just like yoinking Luna and getting the fuck out of here. And let him bask in that bullshit for a little bit. Unless then he's thinking that, and then he uses Luna as.
Oh my
some
god,
kind of
this
leverage.
is too much. Like the big ass hand over Ozzy's head.
So Alexa just looks to Ozzy like, "Does Luna trust you, Ozzy?"
Would she take your side over?
I like just the sound.
Yes.
Can just for my thing, can
Go
I
ahead.
insight check that just to see like, does he actually believe it? Not that if it's true, but does he believe that?
Go ahead. He knows that nobody trusts him.
Cool.
I mean, he's not so ignorant to know that he's not a good person. So,
Are there big windows in that room? It's a question.
in the room that like Ozzy is talking about,
Yeah.
no. It's like, well, one of the rooms does have windows, but they don't go outside.
Where does it go?
It's just fucking stained glass bullshit because he's vain. It's like a cathedral of. Makes the general.
Looks like I can turn
Motion.
into a large bird, and that was an optional getaway. But if I don't have a window, I can go through.
Oh, I can make a hole. Points to the
And you
dragon.
can fly.
That's true. You can fly.
Okay. So that's a getaway. We're like, you do have.
Oh wait, so can I. Never mind. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
it's like we've reached the point in D&D where like most people can fly.
So
Cap
you
just
can
like
fly-
next spell, flight.
I have played as.
There you go. So
Oh!
So we have a potential way to get out, but then we gotta get Luna.
Right. Is there anything? Serious question, Ozzy. Is there anything we don't know about Luna?
where to start with that? My
I
sister,
don't know.
We
right?
Yeah.
So I guess technically it means that she's your sister, big hand, mind you.
Yes, that's how genetics work. Yeah. Yep.
She's got
Like-
horns.
Uh huh. Powers, weird shit that she does.
Oh,
She
she's
a
she's just full of weird shit.
like in
care to elaborate.
yeah.
It's like,
She's short.
Uh huh.
Alexa's like, I really don't want to have to ask the doctor. I'd prefer to get the answer.
Yeah, the
from
doctor
you."
is just like
Yeah, it's
short.
like
Given where we're at, is it
Smart.
reasonable to assume that Jacob can hear this entire conversation?
yes.
Oh fuck.
So Captius is going to message Alexa and be like, just as a heads up, Jacob hears everything you guys are saying.
Cool.
Possibly hearing.
I think that was done cross.
Yeah, it was
done
yeah.
telepathically.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Message, like texted.
Does anyone have there's like a cone of
Silence.
Cone of silence.
Um,
Does anyone have that ability?
No.
I think the spell you're looking for is like non-detection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cone of silence just makes everyone silent.
Then you won't be able to talk at all. Yeah.
And Alex will kind of say quite like that's true. Jacob can probably hear all of this.
And I message back, I'm like, do we even know what Jacob's defenses are? I mean, he seemed pretty calm when I messaged him earlier to tell him we were in town. And the doctor, and he has the power of the white dragon, and he potentially has the power of the green and the black dragon if the doctor has done anything with them. So I'm just curious what our expectation is here going up against Jacob.
Can I banish Jacob?
I'll let you guys mull that over because we're coming up on
break.
bio break. So it'll give you a good chance to like mentally catch up with all the bullshit.
I think we have to figure out.
Yeah. So take 10. We'll come back at 10 after 5 Eastern.
Yep.
I'll change this to chat. Video will remain off. Audio will remain on. I'll see you guys back at 5:10.
okay. Oh, my foot's asleep. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Eat a slice of pizza
Hey,
for Skyets.
I'll be right back.
And the B-doop.
You let the floofins out.
Nah, I just went to the bathroom. I think I'm surprised because normally about this time they are all up in my business to go outside, but no.
It's usually the howling.
Yeah, and the scratchings, but no, they're hanging out. I think it's Panger that's giving me the eye, like why aren't you petting me?
Well, why aren't you petting him?
Oh, everybody's back.
I know. That's
What? It hasn't been 10 minutes.
no, it's been closer to 5 minutes.
What the fuck?
I mean, we're still coming back at 5:10, so like you're fine.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. Hang on. I'll be okay.
you still have a
But we
moment
should
to
figure out a plan.
yeah, put your plan together.
Let me just go pee.
So, Cactus and Rolf, thoughts? Go.
On what's happening?
Mm-hmm.
It's a catch-22, whatever we end up doing. There's no satisfying resolution, at least proposed or in sight as of right now, one that hits every criteria. So it's looking like we're eventually going to have to take the best outcome that we feel we can get rather than a perfect outcome.
And what does Rolf feel is the best outcome?
We've got another like 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, we've got
like,
8 minutes.
8
Yeah.
minutes. Yeah.
That's difficult to say. It ultimately depends on what's our goal after here. I know we came here to get a powerful ally. Ozzy seems to be in as much control as to be expected from someone under his circumstances right now. There is many issues that still don't have any sort of real answers, like aftermath questions. So it's not prudent to speculate on things like that. I think our best bet is to get Luna Hope and leave.
Okay.
That's the best for Team Living.
That's fair.
I do not think it's going to work out that way. I don't think that Jacob White is going to let another test subject out of his grasp, particularly one of such value, considering how stripped he has been of necessary components, we'll call it, particularly the Jimmy situation. Any mad scientist worth their salt or just power-hungry person knows what cards he has left and won't let a group of adventurers come and just say, "Oh, my plans are gone now." I mean, he's been listening to us the whole time, and only half of our conversation has been in message form. Ooh, Penger.
Oh, little floofin face.
What? Finger. No.
Save us.
Yes. Pink.
Yes.
Penger's like
Clyde has
turning
the
them
face
all.
of darkness.
Oh, right.
Clyde has the face of darkness, yeah.
Finger
Panger has the face of.
white eyeliner.
He
He's got,
does.
he's got
I
a
was-
he's got a reverse eyeliner.
Yeah.
But dig it.
I do think this is our best chance to actually kill Jacob. With Resurrection being on the fritz and probably a lot of his contingency plans being incapable of working due to the situation that's unfolding around us. If we don't take Jacob out, then we're probably going to have a much, much, much harder time later.
Yeah, that's. I think that's the struggle with, is that looking at it, if we're going just logically, like for the very short term, probably keeping him alive is actually going to be helpful versus hurtful, because he at least wants to stop the world from ending. So he'll be using all of his powers and stuff to stop the world from ending. The problem is when you look long term of then, okay, once you stop the world from ending, then you've got a super powerful Jacob, and then it's like shit.
Are we sure that's his goals and he's not aligned to anyone in particular?
Well, I know the doctor was talking with Captios about how Jacob White kind of wants to essentially stage a revolution, but the revolution of the reassignment of power goes to him.
Would Jacob let the doctor live and walk free if he had actual knowledge that could change his plans? Would that be something Jacob would let slide?
I think it's also the idea of the doctor's brain is valuable.
Does it need to be living to have value?
I mean, right now, definitely. I don't think there's much you can do with it. I am curious of, there's just something that the doctor said that still like kind of sits in the back of my mind where he was like, oh, I don't know if they've changed the keys or like they've changed the locks yet, which makes me wonder either they just have not been in this keep a lot and there's like a annual changing of the keys, or annual like, all right, we got to change the locks, like this one's gone a little bit dead, let's change them, or there's a reason that he couldn't get into that room, into like the rooms, like why,
Like he was locked out.
Yeah, like was there like there might be a falling out, like there's like that statement in particular has kind of been in the back of my head.
We never
trying to
did
figure out how much the doctor's worth.
find out why he's here. We never really got his motive.
Nope. He's got a pretty good idea of what yours is just by being around you, because you just talked about it.
Yeah, literally just said it basically out loud.
Verbatim. Mm-hmm.
And then Jacob knows our motives too. So any sort of attempt to get Luna Hope is now gone, because, you know, we've been sitting around, and how much time has passed, like in game, not like out of game, but like how long have we been talking?
Minutes. Like this is all a conversation and some thinking. So we're talking like 10 minutes tops, like ritual-esque time.
Well, I mean, that's also...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, ritual time.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of defeatist thinking, because it's saying that just because he knows means that we won't get her, but we could still get her.
It's a balancing. It's not just about getting her, it's getting out, and it's about maintaining Ozzy. I mean, unless we consider Luna to be the actual prize, and Ozzy just the cost to get the prize, which is a little bit of a not this group's mentality. We have a war on many fronts with no sort of intelligence about what we're fighting, who we're fighting, or where they stand on the battlefield, who are they fighting against as well. And we have a time bomb in our party. And I'm not talking about Gig.
Well, technically, you have two.
Would Solus be a time bomb too, technically?
Solus, yeah, she's holding back a lot right now.
Yeah, we've got a lot of very volatile potential.
Yeah, so
beings in our party.
Strong personalities that have access to power is basically what is volatile. I mean, at that point, so is Rolf, right? Because he's everyone is, with the exception of maybe even Capto is just talking about torturing people.
Yeah.
He's like, he is.
I think our best bet is to put the cards on the table and kind of get a sense of where we lie in this current predicament, as in-game, Rolf. Out of game, you know, that's probably a very risky solution, but we're gonna have, every solution is risky. It's
what we call a gamble.
Yeah, there is no outcome where we're completely happy. It's just about minimizing unhappiness at this point. So we have to stop treating it like we're trying to get a perfect outcome and just go to the acceptable outcome.
Yeah. Couldn't have said it better myself.
So your idea is to like basically put all our cards on the table to Jacob? Is that what you're saying, or to just us in the party?
Well, we're gonna have to confront Jacob.
Yes.
That's where this is going. There's no situation where we get Ozzy out of here without at least confronting Jacob.
Yeah.
Unless we literally just leave right now or hop through that portal. That's there. But that's not really doing anything.
I'm down to do it, Ernest.
We could knock out the doctor right now. I could put a bolt of lightning to the nape of his neck and he's just out cold. If you want to just kidnap someone.
I don't super want to kidnap someone.
Awesome.
Technically, it would be like Himmler. We're capturing Himmler.
Yeah.
If that puts in a little bit better perspective for you. Because this guy is someone who's experimenting on children, who's experimented on half of our party.
And the candles do want him.
And the candles do want him. There's
Yeah,
probably
Alexa. Yeah, the problem is like Alexa's not super okay with the candles currently.
could he at least
So-
stand trial?
I think
This
this
is medieval times. The justice system isn't quite that nice.
Yeah.
This is not America.
This is not.
Well,
this
the
is not a
American
jury
justice
among your
system
peers. Sort of
depends very heavily on your wallet.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's a
But
very
if Jacob really cared, he'd just walk free the next day.
yep.
Yeah.
Like Lord, make a call about this. Like there's it's absolutely
So-
more corruptible in this time
But
period.
it does bring up an interesting point that you are mentioning about the doctor, is that we don't know why he's here, and we like the statement that like has been in the back of my head of like I don't know if they've changed the locks. Like we don't know where his footing is with. Like he's a horrible person. They're
He
both
could be trying to kill
horrible people.
Jacob, or take Jacob's research.
Yeah, so like maybe
we're
that's
just here
something that
to-
we should figure out before we decide our next. Figure out like, hey, we've got like this guy. Does he actually matter to Jacob?
Yeah. Well, we've gone in a lot of out of character theory crafting, so let's ground us back into in character time. Because it's almost getting to the point where it's getting difficult to tell where we are in character.
In character, yeah.
Yeah.
So Alex would kind of sit down.
Alexa being like, "Hey, Jacob heard everything, and he has all this power.
Yeah.
So just as heads
So-
up."
Yeah, like Alexa will kind of like almost sit down because she's thinking
Mhm.
over here, just like for a second, and then she'll look at the doctor. And she'll be like,
Who's- can't be seen from there, so let me move you.
"Okay, you move me to where I can see the doctor."
There you go.
There we go. Now I can stare at the doctor. And you're like, you mentioned that they might have changed the locks.
Well, Alexa, it's no longer a theory anymore because we have tested it, and they have changed the locks.
Why would they change the locks that you have access to?
No, that I have access to, that I had codes to. You're confusing these two things.
Why would they change the locks that you had codes to?
That I had codes to. Well, the codes that I had are no longer valid. I don't understand your line of questioning,
dear
Alexa.
I do. Are you still working with Jacob White?
Of course I am. He is wealthy. Doesn't care what I do. Is not an impediment to my trials.
Then why don't you have access
Oh,
to all of his keep?
that's a very silly question. People that you work with don't give you full access to everything. That's just folly.
Oh my gosh, they're literally the worst.
I thought Gig was the worst.
Yeah.
Both everyone's the worst. Everyone's just
An arcano scientist only truly needs access to his lab, his materials. Why would I need access to other things? It's quite illogical, Alexa.
well. He cut off access for you to be able to heal yourself.
Oh, I don't think that that's a accurate theory to work with. Let's walk through this, shall we?
Oh dear. Okay.
In a facility where I should not have access to everything, which is a fair security precaution.
Mhm.
There is a location of which I, through my own prowess and sensories, were able to obtain access that, because of security precautions and protocols, have been changed. So it truly is a testament that his protocols and procedures are working to keep out unauthorized people from these rooms.
I just want like a normal human answer.
You want
Just-
me to shock him?
Once. It's like
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
it's like it doesn't bother you that the thing that you're unauthorized is stop you from dying.
Not at all.
What do you say?
Not,
Not at all.
Not at all.
He doesn't care about his life.
Okay.
He's already shown that he literally has no concept of
Yeah, like
that.
not to go against like different mental abilities here, but again, you have to treat him like he has like Asperger's or autism.
Yeah.
Oh, so we can just kill him then, right? Like,
Like, he doesn't have the same concept of, self-preservation.
Yeah. Like a normal human would be like, hey, this guy that you're working with just cut you off from being able to heal yourself in case
He's like,
something
I'm not
happens."
injured. Why would I bother
Yeah,
me?
like a normal person would be like, hey, actually, that's really shitty. But the doctor's like, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm
Look
not
at my
injured. Why
body.
would I need to get to the medical room if I'm not injured? That's just a stupid question.
Jesus.
At
Oh,
this point, Captius is actually going to walk so he can see the doctor and is going to say, do you know what defenses Jacob has prepared for us or anyone attacking?
At a point in time, yes, I do. Just leaves it
Alexa-
like that.
Alexa will write in her book to Captius.
I mean, as he keeps on going, as you're raised, like, I mean...
oh, no, I'm sure, but she's
Yeah,
like,
it's just going on. It's like, that is how I knew the way to disable the alarm wards that were downstairs. Fortunately, it appears that those were still apt to be disabled.
so she's going to write clairvoyance, ?
Good job, Panger.
Panger.
Panger, like, next to Captius is like, why aren't you petting me, Meow?
To which Captius is going to respond, counterspell, and basically the list of spells that would basically negate a clairvoyance.
Mhm.
That Jacob could easily have set up, and it's just a waste of a...
Alex kind of like, can't you read minds?
Yeah, but I have to, like, be close by. Like, I can't just read Jacob's mind. If that's what you want me to do.
Part of me wants to say, or the doctor's, but I feel like reading the doctor's mind would be like
If,
I think Alexa's personal hell. I don't know if it'd be Captios's personal hell.
I mean, if we really need to get information from the doctor, it's just frame it as an experiment, and that you're just gathering data to set the bounds of an experiment, right? So
and
it's
Alexa's just like, you're much more prepared to communicate with the doctor than I am.
Is Rolf siding the doctor?
he's just crept up next to him.
He's like, hey buddy.
I just want to be able to see everything.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Being in
you
that
had to-
room with the door closed.
was getting claustrophobic.
Yeah. All you see is that room where you almost died. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, well,
The
that's
smell
my
of
body
burnt
laid down
corpses
for a
was,
while.
not doing my asthma justice.
Yeah.
If you had to guess what defenses Jacob has in place, what would you say? I imagine he probably has some barriers, which useless
Useless. Yes.
to this group.
And barriers are truly not the best means of defense. Well, you've already come across an elite force of well-armed, well-trained, personally loyal individuals. That would be the first, is you can't truly discount the need of the sentient mind to react to situations.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah, well,
yes.
they're all dead now, so that worked out really well for him, didn't it?
Ozzy's like, fuck them!
Yeah. Fuck them.
Fuck them!
Rolf says we let two live.
Came back. The doctor continues, because, Ozzy's still heated about what do we do about the doctor, not the doctor, what do we do about Jacob and Luna, but the doctor is going on his little doctory tirade. Well, the barriers would be quite pointless, really. At this stage if the barriers hadn't stopped and deterred, you're really talking about the different tiers of defenses. And if something that had already bypassed the first layer of defenses, I would imagine that it would be progressively more powerful. Because, and he looks to Sin, as number, I think that was 3. I have to check my notes.
3.
Yeah, as number 3 had said,
She's like,
if
"I
you had
remember."
already bypassed the personal defenses and basic wards, you're dealing with someone of a certain caliber of power. So you have to deal with siege weaponry.
I see.
Oh.
Are you...
I mean, he points to the gigantic portal. What if a devil, a cheeky little devil,
Yeah.
came in? You would need to blast that bastard back. And I say this because they have no fathers.
Oh, God.
Literal bastards.
Mm,
Yep.
got it.
I gotcha.
Gonna send some female dogs at us.
Yeah. The Hellhound's like, those bitches, they're just coming right at us.
I'm just trying to think of if there's a way that we can see what we're up against. If that makes sense. Like,
In character?
no, it should be saying to Capio. Like, how can we see what we're up against? We know that he can hear us.
So he's already preparing. I mean, it's been...
Yeah, like, so things are prepared. I don't think he can prepare more. There's such a thing as limited resources.
Does Jacob actually have limited resources?
I feel like if you're in a room, cornered.
With
Yes.
portal magic.
We don't know what's in that room.
We don't
for
know what's
sure.
in that room.
There's a portal right there.
Remember, portals are one way, so it could easily be a portal out, and there's no portal back into that room.
Alexa just, like, very defeatedly, just looks to Gig.
Gig's
Nope,
eating popcorn
don't.
with Rolf, just enjoying the drama.
And it's just like, they're being taken over by your other half. Is there anything
He doesn't give a shit.
you can
I think
or
this-
contribute? Like, she's like, it's like a Hail Mary of like,
Yes!
oh my god.
Yes,
Make
yeah,
it
please
worse.
help us.
Everyone kind of said something at once after the gigantic yes.
Oh, I said yes, like sarcastically. Please
Yeah.
help us.
I said it's only going to make things worse.
And so now I'm still talking to the doctor,
Okay.
and I'm like, if Jacob is channeling the white dragon as you said, I imagine he has a bunch of ice magic at his disposal.
Of course he does. It's not even a theory. This is a fact.
And those he could channel those into wards around him. Powerful, because obviously immortal white dragon, blah blah blah. Does
Well,
he
I think that's not an accurate depiction of the white dragon. They are fierce, almost mindless beasts.
I think something we're not considering is we're looking at Jacob like he has all these magical powers that like a wizard or someone would have. But he's been able to live this long because he's surrounded himself with people that can protect him. He has the powers of a white dragon, we know that. What can a white dragon do?
Murder stuff.
Murder things.
That's literally the path Captius is currently going.
Okay.
It's like,
But
we need
because
to find this out.
well, because like you're saying like counterspell and all that stuff, like for like lists of why he can't do clairvoyance.
Here's the thing: he could easily he has wands, he has staffs, he has a wand and staff that Clemens. Well, I don't know this, right? Like in character, but out of character, Clemens basically gave him a wand and a staff to get all the things necessary for the. So like he has things at his disposal,
Yeah.
even if he's not a wizard.
I find it hard to believe that he is sitting in a room just filled with shit. Like,
The
Hey,
twins!
because like we know that he as a person has access to all that stuff, but he is cornered in a room.
Is he?
We imagine he's in a room where if he leaves that room,
the
like
fact that in that
Why are we imagining that?
of
'Cause-
this whole
I
arc,
don't know what are you imagining, Rolf? What are you imagining that he's?
That he could be halfway out of this place already. He could be gone. We
I
haven't
don't
had
know.
it. I doubt he's going to abandon his keep, but you know they do have panic rooms. Panic rooms are very much a thing. Like I mean, my mom's house used to have a panic room in it. Like
there's stuff in there to protect you.
yeah,
Right, but not.
The
There's
strongest stuff is often in the panic room.
you keep everything you need to survive a siege in a panic room. Like 24 hours, 36 hours. There's canned food, water, flares, radios, electric batteries, charging stations, solar stations. Like a well-prepped panic room has everything you need to live for a while in there.
Okay, so then what do we think that he would put in there?
Well, besides a magic nuke.
Besides a magic nuke, what do you think that he would put in there?
I think there's a lot of wards, probably. I mean, I could be
Wards.
mistaken, but there's probably wards.
Okay.
And that
probably
Outside-
some offensive spells that he has access to through wands or staves.
You
Can I
have
make
guards.
a history check to understand what would be the panic room situation for someone in the state?
Yeah, you can roll history. It's fair enough.
All right, here we go. Big money.
It's
Okay.
18.
it's close. It's fair size money.
It's fair
Yeah.
size money. 18. If you're keeping the 18 and not like adding something to it.
Oh, you fuck! Thank you so much.
it's
Yeah,
it's
this-
subtle hints. Like you can keep that if you want to.
Here you go.
Dear
Oh.
God, or 30. Yeah, so 30. You get everything you need to know at the panic room, and then I'm gonna stop you because you start realizing that there are some structural problems with everything that you think about needing. Like you'd need certain wards, you'd need excavations, and you start thinking about where you currently are, and you would physically be running out of the ability to keep that concealed the way that this is a covert base. Like it would show up. You would have a lot of harder time hiding it with the magical wards and the additional rooms you'd have to put in. Because it's not that it's... Jacob wouldn't be the type of person to have something very confined. It's like, I'm going to sit here and eat beans for 3 weeks. Like, his business would then erode, and then he would leave with so much power that it's almost not worth it. So his situation here, with that sort of history, is something that's more fluid to get him to the next place. So the idea of the one-way portal would probably be the portal out.
Yep.
And another place that you had in Layers was that was part of his estate that got broken into that he then ported to here. So his idea is to be more mobile than to be in one place because unlike the real world, we can teleport.
So, and he has 3 other bases, right?
It's bare minimum. There was one in Crystallis, which is now kind of in burning
The
fucking
airships.
ruins.
Like thinking about the airship
Yes.
map. There's one more? Is that
Yeah,
right?
there's Crystallis. There's the keep that we infiltrated.
Yep, this one.
There's
And
so there's the
There's at least 3 that we're aware of.
and the one in there's at least the one at Freeport, the one in Crystallis, which is in fucking ruins. There's this one, and there's one to the north that's south of Nexus. So at the very least, he can move around. And the one that makes the most sense, since you've rolled so fucking good, is the one near Nexus, because there's a gigantic, just all it is an impregnable fucking keep. Which, if you recall back from season 6, it was the keep that existed there before you went to the tower.
Oh god damn it!
So his safe room is a safe fucking keep, and it happens to exist at the Zodiac
Elsewhere.
Observatory. Right, elsewhere. You just watch the world burn from, mile high.
So I look to the doctor and I'm like, percentage-wise, what's the chances that Jacob's still even here?
The doctor thinks, I'd give it 86% chance.
He's not going to move until it's the last thing that he needs to do. Like his last move is going to be to go to this keep and
He does not waste unnecessary resources. And there has been nothing so far to have him spend unnecessary resources. And there's dead bodies everywhere. So
Yeah.
he just basically said they're all expendable.
as I relay this to everyone, I say, what we might be able to do is convince Jacob not convince him, but convince him that the best way to survive is to leave Luna Hope behind. Basically, if we can separate him from Luna Hope physically, he may leave her behind because he's not going to try and save her. That being said, blah 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 about the wards and the this and the that.
Well, following that line of thought, Alex is going to turn to the doctor. And
Ozzy's
be
getting
like,
angrier, by the way, the more you talk
oh, I'm
about it.
sure. Like, what benefit does Jacob White have by having Luna with him?
She's quite valuable.
Why?
And then it's check my sheet. I believe that is number 8. Yeah.
7 or 8? Yeah, 7 or 8.
Yeah, no. Jimmy is number 7.
Okay, right.
Number 8 is Nothing short of a miracle. Conditions. Conditions is like, conditions to recreate. Number 8 are immense. Conditions to recreate number 3 from the data from number 5, empirical. Conditions for number 8, situational. Cannot recreate number 8 as easily.
Was there an event or something that would have triggered Luna's creation?
Is that an in-character or out-character question?
It's
in
in character.
Okay, is there conditions? Like, yeah. Yes. Angels have to take pity on devils.
Is there anything in history that would be similar to that statement? Or is there like an event that happened in Arhor'ha that Captios would have read about or know about, which would trigger
The closest thing that comes to mind would be the idea of extracting Gig from Gigarath because of his angelic out of a devil situation.
Got it.
Something that we haven't really thought of. I know that it's not like a turn to an NPC for an answer kind of thing, but Alexa turns to Solus.
Who, by the way, since you're very focused on like the doctor and whatnot, she is like really trying hard to keep it together. Like fake smile and everything. Like everything's fine.
And so she'll walk up. I gotta figure out because I have. And walk up to Solus and kind of like put a hand on her shoulder, like hold a hand.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's tense like a rock.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
Hair's not full doing like the Medusa thing, but it's absolutely has like there's no wind here, but it's flowing.
Ooh. But so she looks to,
I guess there's some wind from the whole, but point.
And she's like, we've been talking to Sin and Ozzy about their thoughts on this, but he has affected you just as much, if not more.
Uh-huh.
What do you think?
I think we need to do what's best. And I don't know what that is right now. What would Paolo do?
You motherfucker.
She's like wearing the jacket and everything. She's like trying to channel her inner Paolo here. It's like, I know that he, looking at Ozzy, killed Paolo, and she can't see the doctor, but you can hear him.
Mm-hmm.
Has experimented on most of us, and the pain is it's pretty unbearable. So I don't know, Alexa. And the analogy is like that person who's had way too much to drink and their main focus is do not throw up.
Yeah, like they have one. Yeah.
They have one goal here, and that's not vomit in your car. It's like I think that if Sin feels that that's the right thing to do, then that's what we need to do. That everyone needs a chance. Everyone makes mistakes. Or maybe they weren't mistakes, but didn't go out the way they wanted it to go. Just like trying to find the high roads, and it's like the Super Mario Brother thing, like the platforms falling.
Because Alex is like very aware, like what happened. She's like, it's okay. You don't have to talk. Like realizing like it's okay.
Yeah.
But what would Paolo do? Kind of hits in a way where like Alexa looks to Captios and she's like, maybe we're asking the wrong people. And she'll, like write down like, your book is City in origin. Does it work like how Palo can see the future? Can we see a world where Luna stays with Jacob White? She's like writing that out like for Captios because she's like we've only tested that you can look and be like, oh, it's like Ask Jeeves and stuff like that. Like
Captios,
but Palo could do much more than that.
Away from the doctor. I'm done talking to you, doctor.
Yeah. It's like we haven't tested it, and
let's try it. Pulls out the book, puts his hand on top, and says, if we try to attack Jacob in this keep as is, what will happen?
So you asked that question, and your book, it freaks out.
Okay, that's fair.
For a second. Like, the pages start flipping all over the place. And it stops. And the thing you notice most about the book is the way the font is messed up. You're used to books having things like a footer, a header, paragraph. Like, there's a syntax to things.
Interesting.
So you kind of like hack the book almost, in that the font keeps changing, like uppercase, lowercase, not keep going correctly, but you're able to read out the statements that effectively Luna lives, Reth is released, Jacob dies, Ozzy dies.
Welp.
Then there's like this like period like where kind of like you see like the text like drift down because everything's just kind of moving.
Yeah.
So, even the text is kind of like just slowly drifting down and then like sideways, like it's on water or soup, like Campbell soup.
Because as things are changing, as our minds are changing, the future's changing.
Yeah, because we read that the future won't be the same.
Mm-hmm.
And then I close the book up, put it away. I look at Alexa and I'm like, now I know why Paulo was so Paulo.
Yes. It looks like the power is.
Which I haven't told anyone what it said.
Right.
But like, I mean, like Alexa.
Then you saw the book freak out.
Yeah, but Alexa was kind of aware why Paolo was the way that Paolo was, because she'd asked like him the questions before, and she's like, it's not an easy power to have. Sometimes it's the best way to detach yourself.
I basically look at her and I say, fuck. Because I don't want
Inappropriate.
Shit. I message her and I say, what do you think happens when we attack Jacob? I message Alexa.
We won't be able to control Ozzy.
Then we won't be able to control Ozzy. That's what I message her.
I
Paolo the shit out of her.
well, no,
now she's like, God damn it.
Well, no, it's kind of the thing of like, it's weird because she's not like Alexa doesn't want to like she just wants to get Luna away. And I don't.
Capio's glows yellow and ascends. He's like, "See you guys."
Homelander's out.
Oh God.
Oh, what plane's dying this time?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We're in a situation of, do we leave now and have Ozzy with us, but Luna is stuck with Jacob, and that is a very big unknown, and it's separating more family. Because from what at least Alexa has seen, Sin is helping ground Ozzy, but Luna seems like a really strong anchor. She was one of the first people that he was like, no, I don't want her to die. Like, he says it, but he doesn't want it. So she seems like someone that'd be very helpful to have. And that she deserves a chance to be away from Jacob. So do we risk it to try to get her away, or do we play it safe and just leave? But then down the road, will Ozzy become more difficult to control? Like, it goes back to what Rolf was saying of there is no perfect answer.
Yeah.
Is he even willing to leave at this point?
And we don't know that either. Like, there's a lot of unknowns. What direction do we, what risk are we willing to take?
And then as Alexa's standing there pondering whatever she's pondering, I look at her and I message her and I say, if we go after Jacob, at the end of this, we will be fighting a battle on 3 fronts.
Are we already fighting it on 3 fronts?
I mean, Reth, not as much, right? Reth hasn't been released yet.
I thought there was another
There's
set of
the
front.
dragons, celestials,
That's it, right?
and
so then
infernals. But we're not fighting the infernals.
Yeah, at the very
But if
least,
Reth comes out, we will be
about
fighting the
is
infernals.
it's because the dragons, ironically, aren't their own faction in this piece.
It's just Elo.
Elo, celestials, and at least in an infernal situation, the bare minimum. Not to even count, Team Alara, and then we're gonna call it Team Captius for a better term here because he's talking about revolution.
Well, it also brings the idea, because I understand, and she's writing this out, so it is a conversation with Captios. You're saying that if we fight Jacob now, Reth will be something we're gonna have to fight. If we don't fight Jacob now, how do we know that it's still not going to be something we're going to have to fight?
I'm saying that if we fight Jacob now, the Infernals and the Celestials... Oh, sorry, not the Celestials and Elo, there's no convincing the Celestials at that point. Right? Because I'm basically assuming with Reth released, it puts the Celestials in a very, specific position where they're any bargaining power you had is gone.
You've
because
got
we need
fucking
this.
Reth. Yeah, either you let Reth out or he Reth's with you, something like that. You're associated with that event.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we need to stop Ozzy and not let him near Jacob. If you don't want that to happen. I'm out of the business of telling people what they need to do. Captio's out.
Yeah.
Well, then,
Staff drop.
can we save Luna without Ozzy's help? Can we leave Ozzy and the doctor in a room together, let him do whatever he wants to do with the doctor, and then we go try to save Luna?
Phrasing.
Which I imagine is murder. I imagine it's murder.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
Sure you did.
oh gosh.
I mean, yeah, maybe could work. Maybe.
Yay, negligence homicide.
You were just saying we should
I was.
torture him and then murder him. So
He's
it's like
kidding.
I said we should hand him over to the proper authorities.
That's
that's not what you said last session.
Man, guys can decide on some action or non-action
Yeah,
becomes
but
your action.
we do need to decide on action.
the
Okay,
difference
so
between
basically
Captios and Paulo is Captios isn't bulletproof. Like he will die. So it's like,
Yeah, unlike this, Apollo 2.0 is not on, what's that, Invincible, right.
well,
There's a couple of bugs
I think
left.
at this point, because we have valid points on both sides, let's do a good old-fashioned vote.
well, there's 4 of us.
There's
this is
4,
fine.
so, I mean, the tiebreaker's gonna be what? Solus is like, well, the DM rolls 1d4.
Well, let's see what it's like in the group first.
Okay.
And then see if there's a tie. Who is for leaving now with Ozzy?
I mean, if we can convince him, I don't even know if that's an option.
I'm
but-
just saying, of our
Oh,
options.
yeah.
Okay. And who is for trying to save Luna? So we're going to try to save Luna. Rolf
Right.
has not
Where's Rolf
voted.
hasn't voted?
Rolf
I
has-
had to hear the options.
Those are the two. There's two
Those are the
options.
2 options.
I guess I would vote for leaving.
So now,
Okay.
you, now you
Two.
split. Giggs is like, yes, chaos.
So, like,
I'm on Team Live.
Yeah,
Team
it's true.
Live.
Team stay alive means avoid any potential death possibilities. That makes sense.
well, then, how about this? That is your guys' decision. We essentially, Sin and Alexa spent this whole time trying to convince Ozzy that we could save Luna, and that would be why it wouldn't be good to kill Jacob. Like that was our whole argument to make him calm down. So if you guys want to convince him to leave, be my guest.
Well, that's not how a team. Well, let me take a step back and be a buck for a second. I mean, not like a literal one, but Buckman. Well, what you have to do, it's like whatever the team decides, you still have to support the team decision. Like you can't just be like, oh, you're on your own because you disagree with me. So
Well, like
you still
the
haven't
struggle is our team is
reached-
split. So
Correct. So you have to. So you have what is it? It's like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia thing, like creatism. That episode where it's like creatism versus evolution. There's a whole entire episode about it. So you have to get the team together.
I'm not against the idea of going. It's more of I don't know how we're gonna get Ozzy to go. That's why.
Right. So you first start by settling what outcome do you want or what. And then you have to, as Rolf said before, it's that's gonna be messy. How do you handle the complications of that decision? But you have to first figure out what your decision, what you want to get out of it. Because Aurora is messy. It's definitely not like a Disney adventure where everyone lives happily ever after.
Yeah,
And I
like,
don't think
know-
I've ever marketed it that way.
Yeah.
No.
At least from
I
my
was told
standpoint.
there were
Really?
princesses and birds.
I mean, we had pretty close Disney moment at the beginning. It's got its little tinges.
Like,
A little bit of
this whole time I thought There was
spice.
gonna be a happy ending. Jeez Louise.
God.
Now you tell me?
You gotta pay extra for that, Captius.
That's right. It's DLC.
Like I'll say at least from my perspective, at least why I'm on the side of trying to save Luna is the same reason with why we came back to try to save Ozzy.
That's the sunk cost fallacy. Just because you've already sunk in effort or resources into something doesn't mean you have to continue on that path.
But that doesn't mean
Eventually,
that you
cut
have
bait.
to, but it doesn't mean that you don't want to.
I think one's sunk cost and one's guiding light are principles. But you have to decide which it is, right? Because they'll be very contrast of each other. If it's the idea is I'll go I don't know, save the trees, right? It's but I only planned on saving this park. It's well, but there's another park over there. I'm but do you have the resources to save both parks? Because the idea is the same, save the parks. But do you have the resources to save both parks? Parks and Rec.
Yeah. And it's a fair thing, do we have the resources? But that's at least Alexa's thought process is everyone deserves a second chance, and with Luna by Jacob, especially with talking about how powerful she is.
Which is a different conversation then. It's well, if we don't save both, then we all die to global warming or whatever. And so it's if we don't save both, then what's the point?
But it's just like, I don't know, like
These are the big roll 1d20 questions here. Right? Yeah.
Well, like, because it's the idea that like Sin was able to be okay because she had, you know, Alexa and Captios and Rolf. Like, she had those people.
She also had the bracers.
But before then. But like, Ozzy doesn't feel like he has us. But who does he think that who would be able to be there? Luna. So we're
Does
trying to
everyone
force
deserve a second chance?
Yes, that's at least Alexa's opinion.
Because it's a fundamental
Even Jacob?
philosophical question. Does Jacob
has had many second chances.
Okay.
In her opinion, at least.
Interesting argument. The logic is interesting.
I like it.
But okay.
But yeah, like, so like at least because that's why Alexa went after Ozzy, was because she believes that people deserve a second chance, and she believed that Ozzy deserved a second chance. So that's at least her belief with Luna, is by getting her away from Jacob, it's giving her a second chance, and it's family to Sin, which feels like family to Alexa. So like that's like it's less logical and more emotional based for Alexa, which is not a common thing. It's becoming more common, but for her it's more emotional. So it's kind of.
What would Ford do?
There you go. What would Ford do?
Ford would, I think, save Luna because she's a Thatcher.
It's a good one. What would Ford do?
Yes.
Yeah. That would make her a Thatcher.
It'd make her a Thatcher.
But the Thatcher lady died with Ozzy, or during
and had Luna.
She was with Luna.
Pregnant.
That's right.
Yeah, she was pregnant. She was pregnant with Luna at the time.
Yeah, and that I think that's also why I could throw in why Alexa's a little bit more attached to the idea of family, is because Ford, like, he wanted to save Thatchers, and Luna's a Thatcher, so that's at least where she's coming from. So like, I mean, that's my only argument.
You can give Luna the children's book.
How many lives is Luna worth?
Oh God.
Well, no, like, so like that's my thought, but like if you guys all want to leave, I'll back the idea to leave. Like that's, I just want you guys to understand.
I actually do have like a question about your character. How many lives is Luna worth to you? What's the acceptable number of people that are allowed to die for the sake of her?
Really, none. She doesn't want anyone to die.
Is Jacob dying acceptable?
Is Jacob dying acceptable? It depends on who kills him.
Is you dying acceptable? Is Sin dying acceptable? We don't know what we're going up to face against, right?
I would actually, weirdly enough, say that Alexa thinks that her dying would be acceptable.
Alexa dying?
Yeah.
What about Sin dying? Like I think
not Sin dying.
The unanswered question that we're dancing around is like, what's the cost? Because everything has a cost. It's a defining part of Arhor'ha. What is the acceptable cost of saving Luna? And then how do you weigh it against your current actions?
Also, to be fair, we haven't even asked Ozzy if he's okay leaving.
Oh yeah, we stepped away to the popcorn concession stand for like the past 30 minutes. We're not in character at the moment.
Okay.
How about that 1 hour game, Buck?
I know. It is about 1 hour of like in character time.
it's difficult because arguing with Alexa is a rough time right now because she just wants to feel good.
Does that supersede the needs of the many?
Which is Alexa's thing, right? It's always been her thing.
It's part of her character growth, so she's struggling with how that I've always seen is that she's trying to like deconstruct between those two things.
Yeah.
Like her own emotional health and then her duty, which has been her character arc. Yeah,
like she's been very duty based, and now she's starting to become more.
It's like the new Star Trek thing, like Spock becoming all flippin' emotional. Okay.
Yeah.
Gross.
So it's
Gross.
partially because it's partially because of Ford, dying and like seeing the cord and like knowing that he's not coming back and everything. Like she wants to do him justice, but so it's. I don't know, like that's just my opinion. But again, I do stand by if you guys think that leaving is going to be the best option, she will leave. But that's, I just, if you want to understand where her brain is, they've done so much destruction and they're traveling with so many questionable people. She just wants to do something good and she doesn't know what the cost is worth.
Is it good to you or good to everyone? Because that's a fundamental difference.
I think it seems like at a certain point, like if you take up too much the flooring out of Alexa, she might just be the one that goes, like, or lose it.
Yeah.
Kind of seems like she's close to a breaking point here.
She is. She's very close. Like, there's been a lot of times where I actually had to sit and think and be like, at what point would Alexa just leave? And I think the biggest thing keeping her there is Sin. And the idea that, and like, Sin and Solus.
Hey, Sin, you've been quiet. What are your thoughts?
We're back to in character, are we?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Because like Ozzy is like, oh, wait.
Yeah, like Ozzy's just raging in the corner.
What are your thoughts on what we should do, Sin? I trust you.
King's like, foolish idea.
I throw something at the door.
That's right. Donk.
I don't really. It's like no matter which way we go, it's gonna be bullshit, which has
We're
been a common
fucked.
occurrence with our group.
Pre-patch for season 10.
Yeah.
Gig's like climbing a thin thread of hope there. He did say that towards the very end. If you guys want to do whatever it is crusade you're currently on, you're climbing up a thin thread.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Can't complain about the strength of the thread now, kiddos.
Trying to think of another option, like different, like beyond the
These
like,
two.
Yeah.
You are very good at thinking outside of the box. I will give you that, Sin. So.
I feel like Sin's brain is like, press X for doubt.
Yeah.
People tap it.
Bah. Yeah, I got nothing. I'm too stupid for this.
No, you're not. Think. It doesn't have to be another
Think,
option.
God damn it.
Like, it doesn't have to be
Ground
another.
blast.
Like, it doesn't have to be another option. Like,
Kidding me,
I just went with where my character is right now. So just go with where is Sin right now?
So, seems like Rolfus survive at all costs because, well, you know, it's around the corner. Alexa
already
is,
died
I
once.
need
He's trying not to die.
some sustenance of we are doing the right thing, so I'm losing hope. Captus is like, shit, I don't know if I want to be Patlo now. And Sin's like, what's up, bro? Come on, don't be dumb, bro.
No, I want to help Una, but I also know I realize the cost of the lives of people here potentially. I also realize that Ozzy is like a second away from losing his goddamn mind, and
he's like just looking at a wall, like
losing
Like
his
not peeing
goddamn
on
mind. And like I get that, and there was times that I wanted to, do crazy stuff to save Solus, but I had to like kind of step back and wait for a better time to do so, and that might just be this.
For him?
He might have to come with us for a better opportunity when we're more prepared.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
And that is a fair option. That was actually something I was thinking of. Like, if we leave, is it the idea that we can come back or have another opportunity once maybe he's a little bit more in control, or like it's a little bit more solidified in him? Like, is that an option that we want to explore?
So as you're talking about that, Ozzy obviously is, low-key losing his shit over here as you guys are talking around him. But Sin, finally you start to, like, feel this this calling, like a call to like arms, like bloodlust, like the idea that what you tap into when you rage without actually raging. It's kind of like you get hungry, but it's a hungry for bloodlust. Like you can feel it, that spark of excitement.
Are your bracers on or off?
She took them
Oh,
off.
I took the one off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still have it holding in my hand.
So, Reth is invading you.
Well, it's also the idea the veil is really thin there,
Perms.
and you took away half of your defense.
And remember, he said that there's no more, there's no escaping it. It's an
What is this happening right now?
It's like, what? What?
Why do I
What's
want to break all your faces?
What's happening, Sin?
I just kind of want to go and kill things. Just, cause
More than usual, Sin?
Could you
like more.
Sin, could you put that bracelet back on for the sake of everyone else here?
Continent.
I put it back on.
Okay. You can still feel it, but it's lessened, like it's behind a pane of glass.
Less. A little bit less.
That's breath starting to leak out of this place, out of everything that's happening here, and
Why?
The veil is very thin. We've seen. This is where he's sealed. It's where he's contained.
Doctor says,
Why?
well, you see, the seal is not a permanent thing. There's a rather significant crack in it.
God damn it! There's a crack in the seal.
There's a fucking sword in it.
Oh well, okay, yeah.
Concerning. If he gets out, what would that do to me and Ozzy?
It's asking the general audience or asking the doctor.
One of us.
Number 3.
One of
I feel like you'd
us.
have to ask the doctor. 'Cause
The doctor,
we
yeah.
can't answer that question. We'd be like, stuff.
If Wrath escaped, which would be really a pointless action, imagine he would consolidate power and destroy everything.
I look at Alexa. War on 3 fronts.
Ba-dum-bum.
Fantastic. Just add that to the things to be concerned about. That continues to. Fucking God. I kick a rock.
I basically message Sin and I say, if we go after Jacob, Wrath will be released.
Okay. I look to Ozzy.
And has it been something that Captios has messaged Alexa?
No.
Okay.
And Ozzy's just like heavy breathing.
Because, I mean, I know personally that if he messaged Alexa that she knows how looking into the future works because of Paolo.
Yeah. Now Ozzy is just like doing the best to like, just pace a bit like a wolf. He's like super hungry and he's surrounded by sheep and he's like, don't eat the sheep, don't eat the sheep, don't eat the sheep.
All right. Well, first, just like breathe, or I don't know. Don't just shut the fuck up for a minute and let me talk to you. Crazy thing. We might just need to go from here to our next destination.
Cool. Question.
Answer.
Jacob's pretty much trapped, right?
No.
Nah, I think that the thing that Captios is going for is that this is like just a waypoint. He
Well,
may be trapped if there's
he's-
no way to get to the next portal he probably has.
Yeah, like he's in there, right? And we're in his keep. He keeps very valuable things in his keep.
Mm-hmm.
If we're gonna leave, why not get some stuff to make us stronger?
Rolf is going to be like, that's what I was doing before when you slapped me.
No,
Gig's like, very valuable souls to harvest around here.
no.
What you gotta do is you gotta pull them out the body like so,
Nope.
and then go whoop, whoop.
Warforged parts are valuable.
Gig, what is that accent?
Well, it's the accent of the man that tastes delicious.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh! Like it's just kind of like
What
At
did
this-
he taste like?
at this point,
Like,
like it's
wheat and dirt.
I
Weedy dirt.
just- if we're in
A little bit
a
of iron.
space of magical items,
Yeah.
and we're worried about going against Jacob. But Ozzy, wouldn't you want to get more powerful somehow? Don't you want to see that you could get access to?
Ozzy looks and like, keep in mind, like he was talking with Sin a second now. He's like, I'm powerful enough right now. The only thing that's stopping me from going crushing his skull is you think if I get any more powerful, it's a problem. So, which is it, Alexa?
Yeah, that's fair. I'm just wondering if there's something in here that would allow you to hold on to that power without Reth taking over. And we don't know until we look.
He broke it.
Huh.
It's an option. We've been very much in the mindset of it's all or nothing right now in this moment.
If you go in and kill Jacob, you're saying Reth will be released because of Ozzy being there?
Alexa looks to Captia. Is like, is that what the book said?
I mean,
No, but she's directly asking. Did Captia? Okay, no, I thought you froze for a second. Like Captia.
Yeah.
No, I'm just standing.
Yeah, he's just like, It's like, and then like, Ozzy's
But,
like, the book? And Solus is like, the book? And then Gig's like, popcorn.
Can I get a refill, Gig?
Yep.
Ozzy,
Like, the
here's
little
what I-
dancing concession people
Yeah.
like come in. Let's go. Let's go. They give him more popcorn. Disappear.
Thanks, buddy.
Ozzy, from what I can tell, you're already powerful enough to get Jacob if you really wanted to.
Let's go.
The problem
get
is,
him.
if you do, by my calculations, the most likely outcome. Do you trust me and my intellect and how much
You got the biggest damn brain.
Cool. Just like you've got the biggest fucking muscles.
That's right. Swole.
Stroke his ego.
He does like strokes like this, like, the one big arm.
I'm surprised he doesn't pee on
my
more things.
calculation. You will die, and everything in this world, including Luna, whoever, will get destroyed when Reth consolidates power.
He's literally scratching his neck just like this. So he's like,
Gotta get the heroin fiend.
yep. Need that hit of rage. So, I was just like, he grabs his horns again, both hands. Like, there's a lot of things of not to do. What are we doing? What are you doing? I know what I was doing until like. Look,
Magic hug.
Sin.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means exactly what it means. I know what it's doing. Then you talk to me. Now I'm fucking confused.
Yeah, well, so am I.
Well, at least before I was confused and had something to do, which was kill
Well, then
Jacob,
we
which is
confused
still.
together.
Well, we always kill him together. I mean, I'll do the killing blow, mind you. For Mom.
Mm.
Sin's like super hesitant. She doesn't want because he could die.
Well, something
Die
to
every day.
bring up.
We just gotta be stronger, and I am the strongest. So I'll just be stronger, and I won't die.
Ozzy, have you seen the tears in the world?
Turns over to the one that's like right over there.
Yes.
Look,
Ozzy, you'll die because you are strong.
so I'll kill him with just one arm. Just puts the non-crazy arm behind his back.
The arm that you have held up, still holding up, is the one that is going to kill you from the inside.
Okay.
What if he put the braces on him?
I don't have to fight you, Sin.
But I mean, I don't have an arm 5 times the size of how it should be and covered in whatever. No offense, Ozzy, but you're fucking ugly. This is happening.
She's like, eh.
How long did you have your bracer off for, Sin, before the bloodlust started to set in? Let's do some science.
Doctor's like,
mean-
oh yes, science.
I don't know if that's because they were just off. I'm still feeling it. It's still there.
But as
It's
soon as you
kinda-
put it on, it lessened, correct?
Yeah.
Or it compartmentalized it.
Yeah, it at least removed the urge.
Well, before we go down this route, Ozzy, would you be okay with putting one of Sin's bracers on you?
Not your fucking head, Ozzy, for the God.
The fuck?
Because a crazy thought here. We're assuming that these will work the same on 2 very different breakers.
Hmm.
Yeah.
They
True.
break different.
Do you have another idea?
No, I'm just saying,
Operator.
I'm like,
Like,
why,
I don't know.
No.
We all know that. Like, right? Like,
well,
I think-
no, like I'm saying, like, why don't we try before we go through this whole thing, like, put one on and see if it does anything first
So,
before
regardless,
having Sin take all of her bracers off. And
regardless of that, we've already proven empirically that removing the bracers does invite Reth into Sin.
yes,
So, the fact of the matter is, even if it does work, that means we're contending with 2 halves of basically the same, like, whole of the issue, which is Reth coming back. Because Reth is inevitable. Once you've been touched by Reth, or whatever we want to say, it's going to be continuous. That's what the book said. So, she
Sin
already...
had breath a lot longer.
But it's inevitable.
Yep, that's true. A lot longer.
Right. It's inevitable that Reth will be there, but I guess, like, the point is Sin's been able to fight those urges before.
With her bracers. Now you're removing half of them.
It just depends on if you trust Sin or not. And Alexa at least trusts Sin.
I trust Sin too, but we're going to fight the being that forced her to kill Solus over here. What was it, 269 times or whatever? What does that do for someone's state of mind? What does being confronted with the man who murdered your mother do? She's a barbarian. She rages.
It's true.
Sid nods in agreement.
Yeah, Ozzy just nods. He's like the whole time, like Thatcher
I mean-
Pride.
She's immeasurably strong. You saw her fly on fire just before. She burned 2 corpses over there. I could still smell them.
I can fly
And you're
on that
asking-
too. Just gonna put that out there. Ozzy says
What?
because Ozzy can fly.
Oh.
Oh, he's going through a mode of insecurity. I can fly if I want to. I flew here.
So we're taking away half of her defenses when she's been fighting for a long time in an inevitable battle. Now, it seems as of a few minutes ago, simply removing one of the bracers incites bloodlust over a period of time. What happens if we're in the thick of it and she has to go super breaker mode? Ensure that she comes back? What happens if it sends both of them into super breaker mode and we can't control them? You could be unleashing an even greater destruction on the world.
There's always going to be those what ifs.
Exactly. So we have to try and limit our exposure to the what ifs. We already have a
So
knowledge. We already have a knowledge of the fact that removing it causes an effect on her, even a single one. That's indisputable. It's empirical evidence. We literally watched it happen. Best bet's to leave.
Best bet is to run away.
And to live and figure out a better plan than being shoehorned into a half thought out plan now because of where we're at and what our operating assumptions are. We
Captius
have
turns-
Ozzy here. Let's just see.
Captius turns to Ozzy and says the following. So,
Can I
By my
activate the Winter
calculation-
Soldier?
yeah, church, trolley. So by my calculations, I think that as messed up as this sounds, Luna is too valuable at this point for Jacob to just give away for something else. There's nothing else that he wants right now, which means he will keep her near him. What I can do is I can help you learn to control and harness the energy that you have so that we make sure you don't lose. And in fact, you become more of a, I'm trying to think of an example. Rather than a
shotgun, it's a railgun.
Rather than a, what's it called? What are those things called?
But,
a wave?
No.
I think it's called
catapult.
a nene.
Oh, a catapult.
A whip.
Rather than a
So it's a whip and
catapult,
then
you
a
become a
ballista.
ballista.
Yeah.
And then we come back, and you can do what you do, which is hunt the fucking white dragon up there.
Roll persuasion.
Motherfucker. Da 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 da.
You got this.
So where we have an inspiration.
Yes. Damn good thing you had inspiration.
Yeah, Captius needs this inspiration. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
Nat 20.
He does not need
Nat
the
20.
inspiration.
Not needed. Nat 20 to calm down. Nat 20 to convince him. Yep.
Hell yeah!
So Ozzy's like, so you suggest that we flip the script and bring the fight to him on our terms. As opposed to whatever we're doing right now.
Captius goes, I've read a lot of books on military history, and while I'm obviously not nearly the fighter and the warrior that you are, I say tactically that is the right move here.
I trust you, he says, and this is like, I don't want to say it out loud, but it's like, I trust you. If anyone understands and looks to sin, all of you, the need to end him. And you are the smartest among us. If that is the smartest way to do this, and then looks to Alexa, is it the smartest way to do this?
Alex kind of like looks to
Because
her
he knows
party
he's too
member.
smart to even know if he's being bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Alex will kind of look to the party members, like being very aware that like this is the path that they've chosen. Like, yes.
Go ahead and roll deception, because I know that out of character you do not believe this. It's
Yeah.
like your character believes this. Good thing it's that first roll, not that fucking second
Yeah.
one. Be very clear. And this time he turns to Sin. We're leaving here. We're abandoning Luna. We are letting that fucker go to his own devices until we can do whatever this is. We're not going to get distracted in anything that happens past this point. I'm holding you all personally accountable for. And then it looks to, I don't know, can't really see Rolf, so it's like kind of looks around, can't get the full measure. But he looks to Solus. It's like, and I will personally rip you all apart. Because at that point, everything you just said, I won't even have to think about it to rip you all apart. And then he starts walking away, making it very clear.
Like back towards the...
To leave, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like saying if something bad happens, then you're all will pay the cost of it. But he understands, he's at least willing to try to trust you.
that went well.
Success. We got Ozzy. That's in character.
Yeah.
Alexa,
Mm-hmm.
you
Let's-
alright?
Do the plan.
So
And
it's
she'll-
just like just shaking her head, like
And
right next. Like,
she'll turn and she'll follow Ozzy.
Solace
Why
is
Sol-
looking at Sin and just shaking her head.
What, Solus?
Do something. Like points to
Do
Alexa.
what?
Looks to Alexa. Like Alexa's is like just following along like a zombie at this point. It's like I didn't know that was an acceptable cost.
Acceptable what? Sorry.
Cost.
Cost.
And then she also just kind of just stops talking and goes with Alexa.
Oh, my heart.
Oh.
Damn, what's Sin gonna do?
I go over to Captors. Didn't Alexa say we should look for magical items here?
Geek's like, mm-hmm. No, no.
I'm mad. I don't know what I'm gonna do right now. I'm standing here. Fuck.
I go over to Sin. I offer her some popcorn. And I'm like, sometimes we have to make tough choices. And sometimes it makes people angry. But we just have to keep moving forward. Don't lose sight of what's important and what our goals are. The world depends on us.
I can't make anybody happy in this situation, so I don't know. Probably should just fucking stayed in a furnace or some shit. Grab his popcorn, throw it on the fucking ground.
Throw it on the ground.
Oh, thank God. I was half expecting Sin to like be like, fuck it, and run.
Yeah.
Just jump through the portal.
Yeah. Bye.
Or just like starts trying to smash a door down to get to Jacob.
Nah. I mean, I'm dumb. I'm not that dumb.
She's not fatalistic.
Yeah.
As we're walking out, I see the doctor. I go up to him and I say, Sin, do you have any rope with you by any chance? We're taking this fucker with us.
I do actually. Wait, do it.
And I just shock the back of his neck with shocking touch.
Oh, you're welcome to try that.
Don't kill him.
Oh,
please.
that's an interesting statement. from
Roll
the DM.
attack.
I have hempen rope.
You can tie him up first, Sin. I'll make sure
Nah,
he doesn't
you
talk
kind
later.
of committed an action, my friend.
You
Roll
did
to
declare
attack.
Action.
Oh
That's
my
okay.
God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yep. 27. All right, so you reach up and you shocking touch the doctor, which should evoke some things like, I don't know, convulsions, people passing out.
Oh,
It
didn't
just-
mean to hit it twice.
It's fine. It just goes through him.
Curious, I say.
And then you notice that like all the patchwork stuff just seems to fall to the ground. Like a suit of skin. And inside he's hollow.
Oh, don't like that.
And it just now that you've got like a skin suit and like lab coats and his glasses just on the ground.
Is it still talking? Please say
No, it's not talking. It's just like it's just you've like Obi-Wan Kenobi this guy. He's just a mass of clothes and his patchwork skin.
All
The-
of a sudden I start racking my brain, like in that moment, to try and figure out like what this is. Is it a stand-in? Is it a clone? Is it like
Yeah, well, as like the mist that's in the area continues to thicken, it sounds like he doesn't have like a solid form
Shape?
anymore. It's like
Yeah.
vampires do that.
Which makes sense why his body is different from when she first met him.
Right. So.
What the fuck? What?
And like Alexa turns around, like something that would normally be like shock her, be like, "Oh no, like what's going on?" She just kind of like looks, and she sees the gaseous form that is the doctor, and like the stuff crumbling. Like I imagine like Rolf's hand is like right there from when he's shocked and like and all
Yeah,
the
it's
skin
like
stuff.
it's like my human suit. Oh God.
And then like and she just sees that and she's like, "Yep." And then she just turns back around and continues to follow Ozzy.
Yep. And Solus stays with her.
Yep, I'm freaking out. Did I turn him into mist?
No. But we wouldn't have killed him
Gig-
if we tried.
Gig still has his popcorn. It's like, Cap, please demystify the situation for us.
Good.
I need to figure out how to get immortal so I can.
Capio's the new Jacob White.
Oh man.
Maybe that's why Jacob had Reap and whatnot. He had to get immortal to talk to Gig.
Yeah. All right. I guess we're leaving.
Do we do anything with his skin?
No.
Do you want to do anything with his skin?
I don't know. Are we just gonna leave it here? Well, I meant. I'm not trying to take the skin. I'm just saying, do we like burn it? Do we like let him just put on the skin suit again?
What else are you gonna do?
Yeah,
I mean, he's
put on doctors.
if anything, the doctor seems very resourceful. So you
Yeah, but just
burn
kind of
this
like a
skin suit,
fuck
he's
him.
just gonna find another skin suit.
There's enough materials around here, that's for
fuck
sure.
True.
So is he like a mist or a smoke?
At this point, he's nothing. Like he started
He
as
just disappeared.
he started as a mist. The best way of thinking about that is if you play Castlevania vampires that turn into like a gaseous form. Yeah. Although when you shocked, he just like ballooned out.
It's such a concerning mental picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very good one, though.
I appreciate it and I hate it.
It's fair.
It's better than the face from the vault.
Rolf, he would have
Yeah.
probably come with us willingly up to a point, and we could have gotten more information from him.
Just trying to incapacitate him, Cap. I'm sorry.
No worries. We're all gonna, and I just wave my hands at the situation and just walk down the corridor.
Okay. So is the party effectively now leaving?
Yeah,
Yeah.
are we leaving or are we going to what like Alexa had mentioned, which was like, did we want to see if there's anything else in here while we're here before we go, or do we just want to leave?
Let's loot.
Let's loot.
Because I mean, well, because like the idea is if we have Ozzy with us, if the ultimate goal is that we're going to come back or something, wouldn't it be helpful to look at a keep to try to get more information on the doctor, or not the doctor, but like Jacob maybe, or just get something while we're leaving, whether that's information.
We just
or
don't know
objects.
the defenses that he has set up, right?
Yeah. It's true.
That is a valid point. Apparently, people can just turn into mist now.
I don't think that's a Jacob defense. I think that's the doctor.
Yeah. I mean, we can try. I just don't know where we would go, and I mean, we could just be trapped again by something.
Hey, Ozzy, you want to go to a treasure vault?
Yeah, I might kill one of you guys, but sure.
Savage, dude.
So, what's the plan?
And Alexa just turns to Captius at that point. She's like, "What's the plan, Captius?"
Gonna teach us-
the low key sass.
Yep. Which, like, Captius recognizes that at this point, what Alexa wanted didn't happen, and so he's just gonna kind of let that go.
Mhm.
And he's gonna
Would
say,
Captius know this ass?
It wasn't as much. I mean, I will say, like, I was thinking it wasn't meant to be sassy. It's kind of like she feels
we're doing the wrong
powerless.
thing.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like when she used to feel like she could guide the group or like be a leader. It's like all of that's gone.
Yeah,
So
she's
kind
lost
of,
hope in the party. So I mean, like when we do season 10, we have a serious conversation about Alexa's play or whether she can stay with your group.
Yeah. And she's kind of acknowledging that Captio seems to be the leader. So it's more of like you're the one who's making the decisions. What do you think we should do?
We need to get Ozzy to a state where he won't lose control so that when we do go after Jacob, we're not going to bring Reth back. And so I have some ideas on how we can do that, but we've got to visit an old friend who owes me a favor. I say, all.
Cool, like.
Yeah. It's like Captios' moment to be like cool, right? And we're going to go and we're going to get Ozzy to a state where we and he knows that it'll be much harder for him, if at all, to lose control. That's what we need to do right now.
Let's do it, Cap. I like that.
All right, let's go.
Cool.
Okay, so you guys leaving the keep?
How are we gonna go to where we're going? Are we gonna fly on you, Alexa? Or
Yeah, we can fly.
I got air maps for us. Haha,
Right.
comes in
Any
handy.
final activities? Anything you want to add in there before you leave this area? Damage has been done. Ozzy is with you. People are left to their devices. Anything else?
I think that's it.
I think we're good.
Yeah, because what I gathered.
Last words?
Last chance. Yep. I'll go down. Okay, I'll go down from left, from top to bottom as it shows up on the stream. Rolf, anything last you want to do before you leave this place and continue on to a different objective?
I want to step on the doctor's glasses.
You can do that, and they crush.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy. They crunch satisfactory beneath your heel. Anything else?
Yeah, I kick his skin and say.
And it goes across like a deflated, like one of those mattresses that has been deflated. You just kind of like kick it. So it's a real awkward like shuffle kick. Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right. You leave feeling satisfied that you beat the shit out of his like skin suit. Sin.
Nope.
Nothing else. All right. Captius.
No.
Okay. Alexa.
Nope.
Okay. Then that is indeed the last session of the last arc of this season. As you will leave, I believe you said you're going to try to fly out, various flight options to leave. So once you find your way down and out of the area, which is very cavernous, you'll find yourself at the base of the mountain itself, which oversees a nice lake. And you get a distance away, and at this point, like Sin, you start feeling the same pangs even with your bracers on, and like you notice that like Ozzy is having a lot more trouble containing what's going on. And Alexa, because you have the sight that you have, you see the distance, like the door cracking, and then breaks, and that's where we'll stop this season.
Fuck.
Yep.
So, the ritual completed that Jacob was working on. The seal is gone. And you guys are heading towards, I believe, Clemens in the Forge.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Season finale. Not exactly like a huge crescendo, but a lot of like Mass Effect 3 decisions towards the end.
Yeah.
That's
I
such
will
a good
say,
game.
if Alexa hadn't made me look into the book to see what happened, I would have probably sided with going after Jacob. So in some extent,
Well,
like
it's also interesting because you also looked, like Alexa asked what would happen if we didn't get Luna away from Jacob, you asked what would happen if we attacked Jacob right now.
Mm-hmm.
So they're very different questions. So it's
Okay,
interesting
cool.
that was
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yep. And it's not a perfect world. There's like something that was mentioned earlier. There is no such thing as a perfect outcome to most of these situations, but rather what was the cost? Like what did you gain and what did you lose? So what did you gain? Let's recap what you gained. You gained Ozzy. You did not lose any party members yet, right? You haven't lost any party members.
Tried my best, but sorry guys.
Yeah, you netted a positive, which is Ozzy, which you guys walking into this thought was a Hail Mary, and 2 crits in Persuasion made that completely possible. That was your net positive. You did not do every single thing. Again, that's very difficult to do. At what cost? Well, strongly hinted at, bad things are happening with Wrath because the door is gone. Jacob is still a threat, just like he was before you started on this arc. Now, we don't know what happens to Luna. You have to figure that out as you continue the arc. And a few other things that you weren't exposed to continued on as well. So, if you did absolutely nothing for this entire arc, what did you change? Should be the question that you should be asking, which is, you have Ozzy. And the one objective that we said before we started here is the one thing that you were trying to do was save Ozzy. And you did.
That was literally our goal at the end of the last arc, was to go get Ozzy. And...
Wow, that makes me feel so much better.
Yeah, because it's like spice, right? It's not bland by anything, but if you keep in mind, like when you guys, and that's why we'll start doing that as like a reminder. Like, what are you guys trying to accomplish? Like you accomplished the one thing you're going to do, and it did have a cost. But that wasn't the thing you were trying to do.
Yeah.
There's also the other cost. I think like Alexa's broken, Solus is broken, so you might have gained Ozzy at the cost of both Alexa and Solus, and potentially releasing Wrath into the world, but to be determined.
Yep.
We might not have been able to stop that.
Exactly. That's the other thing. That's the what if. Like what you might have still released. Alexa could have died in the process of doing this, so you don't really know.
Sin
And Ozzy and Luna. Like you don't know that. The things you do know and the outcomes is just the things you know and the outcomes. The person that might have an alternative reality that is the book of Captius over there.
Yep.
So we will take it to after talk. We'll have a little extra time to talk about it because I think we get a lot of topics to decompress. So I'll see you guys over in the Discord.
Yep.
Bye-bye. And
bye, everyone.
Bye. Doop boop thump. All right, a very roleplay and mentally filled. I wouldn't call it bittersweet. Like there wasn't a whole lot of sweet in it, just bitter, like a bitter ending. At the table, rolling out the 9th season and the 3rd arc. And we'll roll down into a standard format. So, Alexa, I know it seems like it's particularly rough for you, but what was your favorite moment?
Let's see. I liked Sin talking with Ozzy. And just, I don't know, like, finding different ways to get to him, because it felt like a very, these past, like, couple sessions have felt like a very Sin strengthening session.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sessions where, like, she's kind of getting, like, the strength to...
Oh, shit, not anymore.
Yep.
Well, yes, like it's ending not the greatest, but at least like in the conversations with Ozzy, like it was really kind of helping like solidify her beliefs. So it was nice to see that, because that in it of itself, I feel like she typically wouldn't have those conversations before.
Yeah.
And now she has, so it's nice to see. It's character growth, which is nice to see.
Yeah.
And kind of seeing how that played out. So I really enjoyed that part of it.
Ralph, what's your favorite moment?
I liked being able to actually save Ozzy. It took 2 crits, which were like perfect timing, like the dice spoke kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the fact that we were actually able to like achieve a goal in like almost like a no-win scenario. Like we went into this thinking that there was no chance we were going to save Ozzy, and we're here now leaving with Ozzy, and Ozzy is Ozzy still. You know, he's not. We're not forcing him. We're not dragging him. He's not in a body bag. You know, we accomplished our goal. We literally did what we set out to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very
It felt
definitely Hail Mary, and still made that touchdown. Won the game. Yeah. Captios, what's your favorite moment?
I liked the end. Like,
Oh, can you expand upon that?
I liked the idea that, like, look, this Wrath was going to kind of, like, there were probably ways in which Wrath didn't have to be released, and that would have probably entailed other, like, sacrifices, right, along the way. But in all of the scenarios where Ozzy comes with us, you know, Ozzy, we escaped with Ozzy, like, Wrath is being released. And, like, it's, the world is put in a precarious situation no matter what. Like, this is the end of time. So, like, that final moment where it's like, okay, we accomplished our goal. This is what we always wanted, right? And then you look back and you're like, oh, well, that's no good. To start the next season is cool.
Mm-hmm. Like that looming, like Jason is
Like,
still
oh,
alive
shit
sort of
moment.
thing. Yeah.
The hand
Yeah.
twitches.
The hand twitches at the end. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sin, what's your favorite moment? Or moments?
I like talking to Ozzy. Glad, you know, that Nat 20 came in clutch. That was pretty awesome. And I liked, oh, how do I put this? I am hurt.
You like that you're hurt? Is that what we're... You like pain? Are you turning into Solus or Nova?
Because at least you can feel.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, like, I'm angry, but, like, sad, and, you know, I think that's just something that I appreciate D&D for, because it's not real, but it feels real right now. But, like, just the trouble of, you know, the moral, you know, what is the best option here? It's fucking frustrating, but it's kind of interesting to work through. And I kind of just liked, you know, everybody's involvement into getting to this point. It's not ideal. I don't feel very good about this now. Some interesting things in my head with Sid now. But I think overall it was interesting.
As your DM, I'd say that my favorite moment is that you were able to completely take a very sharp turn for a very less probable outcome. Like, there's definitely that pie chart of, like, how feasible it is to thread the needles on certain outcomes. And you threaded one of the less common ones, which sets up things in a very interesting light for the next season, as well as, like, the repercussions, like, downstream, that I think that some people will be feeling for quite some time.
Yeah.
Yep. Like, I need to start having some conversations with, like, everyone in the party of, like, what the next, like, 3 months of their life looks like, because as the campaign is now ended, this is where, like, divergence and convergences of different campaigns start to happen. So, like, I would not be horribly surprised if Alexa leaves. I would be horribly surprised if Solus leaves. Doctor is miss. Which would leave Gig with Sin, and Captios, and Rolf potentially. And Ozzy. Yes. Yeah. So, talking points. Plenty of those. It feels like a lot of the session was like 2.5 hours of talking points and like an hour and a half of roleplay. So, we'll continue on a bit here to things out of character you'd like to decompress or kind of like pace through, as what's happened has happened, and we, as always, we just move forward. Stories move forward. Alexa, talking points.
I think it's interesting. Like, the thing... I feel like communication was interesting because there was reasons Alexa asked certain questions to, like, Captios, but because, like, he was trying to hide the stuff from, like, the doctor and everything, I feel like some insights that she could have been able to provide weren't able to be there because we had the restraint of, like, how much do we actually let the doctor know of what we have, because and Jacob, yeah, because Jacob could hear us, because the statement of her asking, like, is that what the book said, was because she had asked Paolo, previously, like, to look at the future, and he had said, like, now that I've looked at it, it won't be the same, and so, like, she was just trusting, like, Captios, okay, like, that's what's going to happen. But, like, the reason she's asking, like, is that what the book said, was she's like, you've looked at it, that is not how it's going to happen anymore, because now your decisions are altered. But it felt like it was never quite the right time to say that, because it was just, things were very much in, like, finalities.
I do have a question about that. How much do things change? Like, how big was the change between what you asked for Paulo and what actually came to be?
I can't remember, because I can't remember exactly what the future was that I asked. I asked if I didn't take the deal, so it doesn't make sense, because she ended up taking the deal. So I can't tell you how different it is. Because she'd asked Paolo if she did deal with the doctor, what would happen. And it was pretty much like I think everyone but Luna would die. Not Luna, except Solus would die, was his answer. So she ended up taking the deal. So I can't tell you what the difference was because she took the deal.
Okay. I just wasn't sure, like, if it was like a complete 180 or like slight difference.
No, it was just pretty much what he said. He's like, and now that future can't happen because we've looked at it.
I just didn't know if it was like a permanent closed door, like if everyone still dies, but they just die in different ways.
I don't know that.
What is it? The movie, was it Dark?
Final Destination.
So I was thinking about the series. That's the German show, which I think is Dark. Like, people will die, but still in different ways. Is it Dark?
Yeah.
I think Final Destination works too. It's like it's a trope. The idea that there's time and destiny when you start mixing them together. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's. And I also think it was very interesting that upon reading what Captios read, it kind of gave him a sense of knowing what was going to happen. Like, he got, like, answers of, like, this is going to happen, and he was able to, which it makes you think, how much did Paolo do that? Of, like, oh, like, Ref is going to come out. Well, that's obviously going to be because Ozzy won't be able to control himself, and it's going to come out. Like, it makes you wonder how much of that is also what Paolo sees. Like, has he just gone off of, like, assumptions? Kind of thing, like, with his actions. Like, it's just an interesting concept, I think. Because we weren't aware that Jacob White was doing a ritual. So it's kind of like, well...
Buck did give us a hint.
Yeah, that's true. But still, like, even if we had the hint, like, we still didn't connect the dots. So it's kind of like... I don't know, like... it just makes you wonder how much of Paolo was going off of things he knew versus kind of like assumptions of human nature. Which is an interesting concept.
Probably changed all the time.
Yeah. It also seemed like because Paolo kind of lived in multiple times at all times. So it's like, did Paolo just know because he lived it already, or? No, it's an interesting concept because like Captius is saying like, essentially like his goal is to become the new Paolo, and what for Captius does that look like? That is all.
Okay.
This has been thoughts by Emma.
What about you there, Del? Talking points?
I guess because it's already behind us, I can ask the question. If we acted faster and spent less time, could we have stopped the ritual?
Yes.
Yeah. I figured as much. After you said the ritual comment, the dots connected. I'm like, well, fuck. Like, we're kind of fucked. Wasted too much time, resources, and all that. So I guess I can save this question for the end because there's more of what's happening from here question regarding the game. Like, is there going to be like a long break, or are we gonna like pick back up next week? Or...
No, I know. I mean, at least for season 10, it's a lot of pieces having to come together. That like that Dave's already been starting to work on, but I know it's going to take time.
I didn't know if we were gonna do like a one shot or like a community thing, or
we can probably do and stuff like every Saturday, because I know we had the idea of like every Saturday we're still getting together so that it's still a community and still doing something. It just might not be D&D. So Gloomhaven is out with like multiplayer, so that might be fun to try to do, because then it's kind of like the feel of D&D while we're getting everything done, because I know there's stuff I have to do with World Anvil. There's stuff like we've got a lot of reaching out to other players and talking about like their characters and stuff like that, because season 10 is a big convergence of a lot of things. So I think like every Saturday there's like that option of just keeping the feeling of community and like playing games, and if occasional one shots happen, then they happen. At least that is my assumption. You can correct me, but
no, you've got a good read on it. Like, that is exactly what's going on. Like, we're still doing community-based things. The campaign stuff isn't happening, but the time we put aside for it, there's other things. One-shots, like 3-part adventures, like, what is it? Like Jackbox. We'll still do community activities, but as far as campaigns, that one's not going to kick off until, like, strong on 2021. And unlike most campaign seasons, next one will either run all of 2021 or until it reaches a conclusion.
Yeah, it's going to be a really long season, I imagine, because it's following on different parties, right? So probably like each session's going to be a different
so each
party.
campaign session, because we don't have a multi-DM setup at the moment for that, like running the multiple groups, it'll just be me bouncing through a bunch, and we'll just have like a sort of like a counter, like on this week we'll do this group, and just keep through. So a lot of the refresh material that we do will help make sure that you're in like those groups are. It'll also broaden it up to other people. There's the idea of a group that's just has no idea what's going on here. They're just kind of like, I wouldn't say randos in a world that's gone fuckered, but kind of like they don't need and shouldn't need to know what's going on, but they're just kind of reacting to it. So
how many games are going to be playing concurrently for season 10?
Three parties?
Yeah, three parties. Yeah, there is the team that's anchored with Alara and Cassandra. That's one anchored party. There's another party which I'm not too sure who's anchored with it right now beyond Sin, and we have to like walk through during season planning on who else is there, because I normally I'd say Sin and Alexa, but now I'm not convinced Alexa's staying with, but I am more convinced that Captius would stay with. So there's that conversation. And the rando party is just that, like there's no plans for that. That's a lot of getting some one shots together between now and January to see more people that are out in the grander D&D community, do a little bit of the vetting to make sure that they're not going to just murder hobos or ruin 6 years worth of lore because they thought it'd be funny to poison you in your sleep, like that sort of thing. and then put them together. But
I mean, casual murder isn't or casual poisoning isn't like your favorite
it has
thing.
happened already. Like someone has murdered another player in their sleep.
You're not
for
wrong.
funsies. So I'm trying to avoid that for season 10.
What can I hear the story behind that?
Not on stream. No. When I kill the stream, I'll gladly tell it to you. I don't want to deal like too much with the drama while it's in the recording. To be honest.
Yeah, fair.
We're still on talking
Roll
points.
Yeah, roll for talking points. Then.
Yeah. We kind of bounced a bit. So, talking points.
Yeah, so I think there's some interesting things here, right? I think when it's like, okay, so the first one is, yeah, I think Alexa's point about making a judgment call in terms of like what we should do next. I mean, right, to some extent, as a Celestial, that was Paula's job. Like, he closed doors that we should go down, and only really like gave us a few options, and it is, I don't know, just in that like one moment, it felt real, right? It felt very like, wow, this is ridiculous amounts of power to be able to like know. And it like, anyways, that's it. I don't know how to describe it, but that was one. I think Alexa is an interesting character. Her secretiveness definitely came back to bite her because, like, to some extent, right, she's never told anyone like exactly why she's asking a question or this or that, and like without context it becomes hard. It's always been hard to kind of read what she's trying to do, and I think in this scenario, if her character had been more open across time, this would have been easier, I think, to role play out for her. But I'm just making assumptions there. I don't know for a fact.
Yeah.
At least for Captios, it was definitely it's always been hard to like figure out what she's trying to get at, and so sometimes if she's not explicit about it, it becomes difficult to know what answer she wants or like what she's trying to get at. And I think that kind of, at least in two situations, it seems like it came to bite her, and that's her character, right? And like that's D&D. I think she also had a very interesting point about like the party leader, and I don't think it's necessarily that, right? I think when this started, she was the most seasoned adventurer, and now everyone has ideas. Like if you remember the first arc, Captios didn't really like have ideas on what we should do, but over time that's changed as he's felt empowered and whatnot. And like to some extent, Alexa should feel like that's a testament to like what she's brought out of him, even if it means that like, I don't want to say he doesn't need her, but he doesn't need her to like spell out exactly what they should do next every time. And I think Sin made huge bounds. I'm just thinking off the top. I think like from where she was at the beginning of the arc to now, like, I mean, she gets to walk away with her brother, and like that's huge, right? Like she didn't even know she had a brother at the beginning of the arc, and now she's like on a flying bird with him. So I'm curious to see how that relationship continues to evolve, and I don't think Cap is going anywhere. He made a promise to Ozzy, and he's going to fulfill that promise. So yeah, I don't really have anything like to think about. I think there's a lot of what's going to happen next that I'm just curious to see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, it is very interesting because, like, from one perspective, she grew something that kind of got really out of her control, and a lot of it seems like Alexa has is this control factor. And now that so much is beyond her control, you could see like the Katniss Everdeening, or like the erosion of Alexa's character from the very first session, from the very last session, and then the confidence and the growth of Captios' character from this like I'm side by side with people that are like breakers and like gods and patrons, then suddenly like Captios is the one who's got the idea that's, you know, he's leading things to and has a book that he can hack to kind of get some answers. It's been an interesting I wouldn't say switch of role, but growth growth of dynamics.
And one thing I didn't mention was the Solus mentioned like what would Paulo do, and Captius didn't get to say this in game, but like it felt like really the combination of Solus and Captios could be the closest thing to Paulo, but now that Solus is like deuces, it'll be interesting to see. I'm actually just curious to see what happens with Solus, because like she seemed mad at everyone, mostly though Sin, for letting us walk out. But she also said she would do whatever was the best thing for the party. And then she got mad when we left, and she's mad at Sin specifically.
Yeah, it's some things that probably wouldn't think. It shakes the foundation of expectation. Like Solus being so mad at Sin like this, versus like BFFs forever, especially considering how Arc 1 was all about saving her. Now by Arc 3, Sin's more or less lost her. Good segue. Talking point for Sin.
Fucking. Yeah. How do I? It's really frustrating for Sin. It's like no matter, I guess it's kind of an ongoing thing. It's like no matter which path or which way that she thinks is the right way, it's like never the right way. It's never like good enough way. Like she'll always, like, God, it just goes back to like early Sin. Like she'll just always feel like a fucking monster for like anything that she does. And she's trying, like, you know, all this time, like, before me and Alexa, it was like, kill this, kill that, kill this, kill that, like burn, like very much Ozzy right now. And then like over the years, she's trying to conform to the expectations of like other people, you know, and what they think is right. And so like now finally she takes that big step to like not go and fucking kill something, and everybody's mad at her. And it's like, oh God, it was just so frustrating. And like I'm not belittling like Alexa's view on it or Solus's in any way. Like I totally get where they're coming from. It's just like from Sin's perspective, it's just can't fucking win, man. Just can't
damned
win.
If you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, and you know, and so now she's like, should I have just not listened to everybody this entire time? Like, yeah, but then if I did that, I'd be like Ozzy.
Yeah.
So it's just like, what do I do? How?
Life is a bunch of gray, Sin. There's no perfect.
It's very frustrating.
It makes you feel better. Alexa's not angry at you.
Oh, it doesn't feel like that.
She's not angry. She's just dumb. Is that better?
No.
No.
I just like, I don't.
You broke or breaker.
Dude, that's not helping. I'm just like trying to think of like what the other. Like, oh my God, this is like so fucking hilarious. Like this all goes back to like how Sid was feeling like early on. Like Alberta said, like don't feel anything for anybody because they will pull you down. And like, oh God, this is just prove it. And like, cause the moment you start opening heart and caring for something is you become vulnerable and you become manipulated to do things that you wouldn't normally do, and like kind of not react in such a aggressive manner, and then you know you have to deal with these consequences of doing so. It's like would it have been easier to just like not care, like not feel anything for anybody? Would it have been better?
Well, something interesting, because I've kind of prefaced like a lot of the change in Alexa has been like there's the party as a whole, like she's just witnessing a lot of like questionable stuff in her mind, which is like part of the reason. But the other thing is Ford, like the idea that she was supposed to be both Ford and Alexa for Sin. And so like the struggle that she had with leaving is that like she felt like she wasn't honoring Ford and doing what Ford would do. So I'm really I find it interesting, how would Sin react? Like, what if Ford was actually there? Would Sin have reacted any differently? Because I imagine, I mean, and Puck can correct me, but I imagine Ford would have had the very same mindset as Alexa.
Just have been louder about it.
Yeah.
Like,
of like, that's a Thatcher.
A very non-bullshit, like, Ford's whole entire thing is that you can't be like passive or submissive or really even accepting. You have to just duke it out verbally and physically to get points across to Thatcher. So yeah, but Alexa is not that person.
That's like, it's not like I'm purposely like, yeah, fuck Luna, just leave her there. I don't give a shit. But it's also she's taking into account of all the other people that she's around right now, because it's like now this current Sin cares that these people stay alive, and it's just like she doesn't want to go running in to die. Like she's trying to like play it more tactically. Like just finding like I don't know where I'm going with that. I feel like I don't know.
Hey,
I don't know
we have 2 Thatchers now.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're at same Thatcher level technically.
Yeah, but we didn't lose a Thatcher.
You gained one, lost one if Alexa leaves.
Yeah.
So Alexa had Ford.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's going to be something I'm going to have to figure out, because I'm trying to think, because like the biggest deciding factor is, would Alexa leave Sin? Because Sin is the only thing keeping her there. And so that's going to have to be a thing I'm going to have to kind of think through of what she would do, because...
That's why Solus was so fucking like really upset at Sin, not because like decisions have been made, but like girl do damage control, and like saw that Sin just didn't do damage control.
Like, what do you mean damage
like
control?
You really hurt, like Solus knew that you really hurt like Alexa with that, and you guys got your big girl panties on, and you could like figure it out, but like not prioritizing working it out with Alexa afterwards, because even Solus could see like how defeated, like Alexa looks like a husk of herself right now. She's really bad. And Solus is like really not happy about that. And on top of other things like, we're walking with Paolo's murderer and a bunch of other things.
But
the
other alternative was to walk into this unknown room against this guy that Sin over months and months has said how like just telling everybody the kind of person that Jacob is, and like Solus knowing what Jacob has done, Ozzy knowing what Jacob has done, and just walking in there without really a plan.
But that's not what Solus is upset about. Solus is upset that he didn't go murder Jacob. Solus is upset that like we went through like all these efforts to go save Ozzy, Paolo's murderer, but you couldn't spend any time, like not a Herculean effort, but just a casual friend effort to work through things with Alexa. Like knowing that the decisions have been made, the die has been cast, but you're responsible and accountable for your actions, including making sure your friend's okay. Like that's going to take days, weeks, months, and still might work, just like what you did with Ozzy, but it doesn't involve grand efforts. That's how Solus saw it. And I think that's like honestly, the make or break whether I don't think like Sin's the most socially adept. So to her, it's like she's kind of even thinking it the way you're portraying it. That look, I had two options: either we find alternative means and come at it smart, or we go in hot. And so it's like we're talking different. We're not even talking the same topic. I'm saying that regardless of that decision, the fallout of it, like how do you take care of people after that? Like she's on chapter 3, and we're talking about like what happened in chapter 1. She's like, well, we can't even have a conversation.
Yeah.
Which I won't speak for Alexa, but I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah. Well, it is like it's I think a big deciding factor in if Alexa stays with the party is if Sin talks with her. I think she's kind of at the point where like I don't think Alexa will openly try to talk about the stuff to Sin because she's just like she's done. Like she's really struggling. And like Sin would be because it's the idea of she need to be there for Sin as her and Ford. And she is trying to decide if the party as it is and like Sin with the party, is it really even Sin at that point? Like she's struggling with a lot of things. So a big decider in if she stays with the party is if Sin talks with her and kind of how that conversation goes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because she's kind of seeing the turns that captives are taking, and it's, at least for her, concerning.
I think
or at least
really an Alexa decision ultimately. Like I don't think it's also right to say, "Hey, Sin, fix this or else." And I hope that's not the message that that's being put across. But it's rather if things stand. Let me ask this: if things stand as they are, and no one takes any action to address Alexa's situation, what is Alexa going to do? Or is
Alexa
it
will
something Alexa will leave? Right.
Like if nothing happens at this point, I'm not quite sure when it would be, but it would probably be when they're traveling at some point. That Alexa will just find a way to leave.
Which you can fly, so it's not the hardest thing to do.
Just knock everyone off of her right now and say good luck, guys.
God.
No, she wouldn't do that. She would do it like in the quiet.
Yeah, she's spy. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And invisibility for days. So.
Mm-hmm. But I am curious because, like, you're saying that Solus would leave. I wonder if Solus would leave with Alexa.
Solus would leave with Alexa because throughout a lot of this, like as far back as when like Alexa lost Nuru, it was Solus who was like, no, I was like, if this is important to you, like do not. She just sees that Alexa's like discounting her emotions, and it's something that she's not strong with. Just like everyone's struggling with something, Alexa seems to be struggling with her ways to, as Pac mentioned, like communicate or open up or talk about the things that matter to her. And Solus would primarily go, one, to look after Alexa because she sees Alexa like a sister, just like Sin. And two, that like Alexa, she needs someone like around there, whereas like Sin, let's say, doesn't, but it's not an act of like I hate you, Sin, but rather Sin, you'll be fine, period, and I'll be fine, period, but Alexa can't be by herself.
Yeah, like I think very much and it sounds like it isn't going to happen where like Alexa would leave by herself like, without Solus, but like I think Alexa's very much in the mindset of if she left by herself, that she would kind of almost do like a suicide mission.
Right.
Where she could accomplish something.
And Solus is extremely like an emotional being, right? Like that's why she's like, I know that's not, I know it's not everyone's priority, and she's not judging and saying it should be people's priorities, and both out of character and in character. But in character, Solus would make it her priority, especially considering like everything that everyone's done. Like if anything, like leaving Sin is to her a testament that look, It's unhealthy to be around Paolo's murderer. We're fine. Even if the world ended, we'd find each other again. What we've gone through has made that a testament. I can't say that for Alexa.
Yeah, because I think for Alexa, she just wants to, much to the reason of why she wanted to save Luna's, she just wanted to feel like she was doing something good. Mm-hmm. And she would probably end up trying to do something good, but at the cost of her life. Yeah. Doing something that she's I can do this, and it'll make me feel like I'm doing something good, but I know I'll die, and that won't stop her.
Right. Right. Well, let me round a corner because we're at quarter after. Any other talking points? I think we did end on Yusin as far as talking points.
Yeah.
Yeah. I peppered mine in. What's up?
I asked if you had any
talking points. I mean, it's interesting. It's definitely got a lot of plot-based nuances behind it. The interesting ones is definitely the release of Reth and some of the agents that are in Arhor'ha, like Jacob and Virgo and Luna, and what that means for the next season. What it means to Clemens, and then even people that have had histories across this, like the Targaryen family, Willis and Ty and Iolanthe, because ripples have effects down. Definitely take a day to think about through the kind of story that you want your character to go through. It doesn't have to be perfect, and conflict is healthy in character. So make sure that you figure that out and just kind of have a common concurrence. And we've got 3 months or so less to figure all that out. And if I think of characters like Safina, it's gonna work out. At the end, it'll be a good story and it's gonna work out. But I do like that we don't have a perfect ending Disney happily ever after shit, because that's just annoying.
It's boring.
Exactly. It's exactly the definition of a boring, predictable story. And it's only made possible by co-authoring. So part of it is making sure that your co-authored spices don't conflict with each other to the point where you can't feel like you are conveying your own personal story. That's it. That's all Buck wants to say. What's up?
From the beginning of the season to now, what percentage of where we ended up is where you thought we were going to end up?
From the start of season 9, far. Because the very first thing was that Ozzy wasn't designed right. So in a lot of ways, from the very beginning, your main antagonist would have been Ozzy. And instead, you're leaving with Ozzy, and your whole entire thing with Arc 3 was to save him.
Got it.
What about for the resolution of this session or this arc?
Yeah, I think that there was a higher probability that either you would be forced to fight Ozzy because convincing him is difficult, so you'd have to convince him by force, which could go in a couple different ways, right? Or the same thing with having to... There have been 3 more sessions, effectively. Is between the point of where you were at to go to Jacob, you would have had to deal with Virgo, which was a trap that did not need to be sprung because he didn't go there, and then had to deal with Jacob and potentially Wrath. Those are kind of the branching points.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So instead of all those branches, it was an early exit out of which is let's not do any of this and find a different way.
So I don't know if you can answer this, but if you had to guess, someone would have probably died if we went through that Virgo, Jacob, Wrath.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would have died per se in the Virgo situation. Okay. And it would have been a very, what is it? seeing Virgo's power, which might show itself in season 10 instead. So I'll put that to the side. But it would have been very, very much focused on Captios and Alexa. And like the sad thing is that although Alexa now is very like broken, disempowered, it would have had an opportunity to really strengthen them as the two of them do a literal Sherlock and Watson way out of it and pick up the party members like a snowball along the way to get through that conflict.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So again, very branching points. The situation with Jacob can go into a whole lot of ways, which would involve kind of like the very last episodes of Agamika Kill with either Sin or with Ozzy. It could have involved one of them dying, both of them dying, all of them dying, Luna dying. Well, then there's a bunch there that I can't really go into with Luna because you don't really know, but like the things with Luna aren't that great right now. And similar with Jacob, and then finally with Wrath. On the original line and how things are a bit lined up, there was more going on with what was Albert von Wolfengeist's consciousness and Wrath, because you kind of like what happens, you become Wrath, or like kind of get somebody into. So his last Wrath of Consciousness, Sin, you probably appreciate it because it is very harkens to the end of Final Fantasy X in the Xenarkin fight with Jecht and Titus.
Yeah.
However, another time, another day, because now the consciousness is like whoop. That involved also a pit with Captios and some of the hounds that, because he did have some consciousness, they would have helped you with a very dire fight, to the idea of like how things kind of like tie together. And had Clemens been with you using Sealer, which was the sword in the seal that is now currently broken, that would have helped. That could have helped situations. So like little branching points there, depending on your decisions. So there's there is the what is a story rich ending, and then there is that all doesn't fucking matter. It's what kind of story are you guys writing towards?
Do you think we got a good outcome?
I think honestly of like, if I go from 1 to 10, 10 being that mystical, I think only Alexa has seen it, where like the best
season 6 ending,
the season 6
best possible ending.
The Lillian one, the one with the Zodiac Observatory, where you had like the Oni that was eating people and was going to consume her soul, that thing. And I was like, God, you did everything right. The worst thing I could say about that is Clyde thinks that the world's in great hands and doesn't need to help you, so you kind of lose an ally. But like, beyond that, like everything was done great. This town is cleansed of like an Oni. Girl lives, becomes the next holder of the Aquarius book, the whole entire 9. That would be the 10. And if a 1 is the stuff with like Craver and what was her name, Sky, where everything was like this huge clusterfuck. If that's a 1 and that's a 10, you guys got a 3 or a 4. It wasn't one of your best. It wasn't one of the best endings, and it leaves a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So one of I wouldn't say it's not the worst ending. I think the worst ending is where everyone just literally dies. And then bad, evil things still like happen. Like Jacob wins.
Yeah.
And the same thing you see now is leaving, but with all of you effectively like dead. That would be the 1. Which again, no one's plot armor, so that's absolutely on the table.
Take what you can get.
Yep. So it's the same thing as that ending, except for where everyone lived.
Yeah.
At the point we were at, was there any way to stop the ritual?
Once you guys or that last piece, like during the last hour, no, the ritual was gonna happen. That was gonna happen. Like you couldn't have stopped it at that point. You would have had to deal with the consequences of it. Like you could have stopped it while it was early on and dealing with like a freshly broken out Wrath situation, or the idea that magic has its cost, so a more drained Jacob and his magical items. Like you could have struck while things were weaker, which is kind of like that open opportunity. But to stop it from actually happening at that point, given the amount of time that you committed to your planning, talking it through. No, like your action was like literally, it's like wait and talk it through. So you're definitely honing the edge. But at that point, the person has donned their armor. Like you can't say that could you have stopped them from putting armor at that point? Like, no, it's already on. Like, you're going to strike armor. But you have struck armor with a better sword. Because you planned
So it
home the
seems
edge.
like because we spent a lot of time, we weren't able to get like even like out of 10 like outcome.
Yeah. I think that you weren't going to get the best outcome possible, like the 10 out of 10 outcome. Yeah, with the cards there on the table, you weren't going to get a straight flush.
Were you did you do that because you knew we had problems making decisions?
No.
Just out of curiosity.
No,
okay.
I think time is always a factor in every
I
session.
generally set, let's say, like norms and lessons during the first arc, so that there's an opportunity to understand. Like a good example is when Captius died in Text RP, like the idea of no plot armor. I generally set down those sort of like social norms and rules early, and then do my damn this I'm human too to adhere to them for the second and third arcs. So no, this was not like you guys dicked around, so fuck y'all, 3 of 10. No, nothing like that.
Got it.
Yeah, like at least in all Arhor'ha, like the biggest thing is that you can make decisions, but it's not like a video game where you can just go back to the main plot. Like time moves on, and that's been a very constant thing. So like everything that you do, like just know that time keeps going, and that can affect things.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you're always committing a resource. There is no pause button, and some of that times it's just time, and sometimes time is not a horrible resource to spend, but it's also something not to squander when you have it. And that's typically a challenge. Being aware of when you have resources and when you don't. That's the constant balancing act.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally speaking, I can say that there isn't a single time on the table that stakes aren't there. And I don't mean delicious stakes. I mean like just there's consequences.
Yeah.
So you'll always be like, what is it? If you're playing poker with 5 hands, you have limited chips. You gotta try to wisely there, and then realize that you're still subject to whatever the dealer gives you in cards.
Yeah.
I know what it's like to be put on the timer, life or death.
Yeah. It's like that's like the 1 of 10, but for like specifically for like Dell's Dell, like the Landros, like yep, that's the 1 of 10. Like some of those they just don't go your way. I still stand by if you take 2 steps back and look at what you were trying to accomplish during the arc, like you accomplished what you wanted to do. No one really knows what that picture looks like when it's done.
Yeah.
Maybe we can be friend Wrath.
I don't think Breath really has like a
indiscriminate killing machine. It's like defriending a chainsaw. Like,
yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just like murder.
So like Galactus.
Yeah, that's not too far off. That general concept. In fact, Galactus is part of the inspiration for how Gigareth is during the era for some of the lore between him and Celestian. Yeah.
It is interesting that Virgo would have helped Jacob.
Yep.
I don't know.
I think we should have tried to fight Jacob like from the beginning, but
wait, what?
I'm happy where we're at. No, I think that Jacob could have been a valuable ally.
Oh, ally.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah. But I'm happy that we ended up actually like achieving what I thought would be a very, very, very difficult task, which was surviving and leaving with Ozzy.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'll say, like, look, this was my first season. I don't expect it to go perfectly ever, but like, given that at the end of the first arc I was dead, and at and in this arc I survived the season basically at the end of it, and I'm like on this bird with like the majority of the same party. Feels good.
Feels good. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's do one last round, and then I have to skidoo too. End of season, like thoughts and commentaries, like end of arc, end of season. Alexis, how you feeling?
I mean, like right now, feeling is a little rough because life, but I would say a lot of it's. I'm very interested to see the next season. because of just like by the looks of it, like if you look at the odds, it just seems like every odd is against us, which is always interesting to see what people do when that happens. Like when you've got what do you do?
Mm-hmm.
But I liked this season. I liked kind of getting to know all the different characters that we got to know. Like really, I feel like we got to really develop a lot more lore that you might like just hadn't thought about.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I know at least in terms of my character, this is not at all where I thought she would end up in terms of character development. So it's always interesting to kind of see that. But yeah, like I think like we had like a lot of really cool stuff happen. I think it was a good season.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Dell.
Well, I'm excited about how everything worked out. One character death in already.
Yeah, getting so close to that second one half the time too.
Okay.
Balance
I'll
on
tread the line.
Yeah.
As like my first like really campaign like ever.
Mm.
Like it's fun and interesting, and I'm enjoying it a lot. I do like that we actually have like stakes and can get like moderate outcomes or even poor outcomes type of thing, like those like 3 out of 10s, because they do show you that the world is like living and breathing and that there is no plot armor. And I think that's very valuable. I also like the amount of option and choice we have regarding basically everything. Like this could have been such a different arc 3. Like we had the option to go do one of a half a dozen different things. It didn't have to be Ozzy. It didn't have to be a Jacob centric thing. We could have gone Celestials. We could have gone Dragons. We could have handled the Shirley situation differently. You know, maybe there's a world where Paulo doesn't die. I don't know, but it was very interesting to see how everything played out and to finally get like a satisfying ending, because despite everything that happened, it was a pretty satisfying ending. We set a goal and we achieved it despite all the odds, and it might not have worked out, but maybe that just means we have to plan better and set better goals in the future. And good growth moment.
Good OKRs. Okay. Puck.
Yeah, I think definitely when you say 3 to 4 out of 10, right? The immediate reaction is like, oh man, like what did we miss? But then you realize that like you're working with such imperfect information, and you're working with like so little understanding of what else is going on, that I would argue like 3 to 4 is probably, you know, depending on the season. I think that because this is right before the big climactic season, like, yeah, we could have gotten 10, but if I imagine the percentages are more weighted towards like maybe those middle numbers, right, between 3 and 7. So from that perspective, I'm actually not so surprised. I think there's so much going on that sometimes it's hard to try and figure out what the next thing is to do. Like, I don't think anyone understood that Jake wanted to release Wrath, right? And like, if we had, right, like that example of imperfect information, like if we had known that, things would have been different. Outcomes would have been different at the very least. And so I think I second Dell's thing. I'm excited for the next season. I personally feel for Sin and Alexa, who like have been in this world for so long and are now seeing it like kind of tear apart. Whereas like I'm coming in like, you know, with 9 months and I'm like, okay, season 10, like we got to save the world. But like, I think the weight is different for me or for Dell than it is for those guys. So just to call that out, like I recognize that. I understand that sucks, but we move forward.
Indeedy do. Season 9 for you, Sin. How was it for you?
I liked it.
Good.
Neato. I feel like I cried often in my shower, sometimes on stream. There is a lot going on with this world that hurts my brain often. And it's just it's crazy to kind of see all of this lore come out, and where it's going and the effects of what we've done so far with the world. Yeah, I don't know. I love this little fantasy land that we get to play in. So don't fuck it up next season, guys.
Yay! All right.
No, but it was good.
So
I mean, the worst thing that can happen is that it all goes away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'll cut stream a second. I'll leave you with this one tidbit, this one little teaser to go with. So, the reason why it's 3 out of 10 is Aluna was sold to Avernus for a means for Jacob to control Wrath. So the ritual was going to happen. It was either going to sell Ozzy or sell Luna. So like,
all right.
he'd already put everything in
Capio
motion.
says it's been nice knowing you guys. I will. I told Ozzy the wrong thing, so I will see you guys around.
Well, I think that's not completely accurate, because being in Avernus doesn't mean you're dead. It just means that
you're in Avernus.
You might have to fucking go to Avernus to go get her. And kill an army of fucking devils that technically owns her.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, so,
Alexa
like-
and Sin have been in Avernus.
Yeah.
I still have that coin that you gave Landsight that was in Avernus. It's the closest I've been.
Yep. And there were some interesting things too that I had to keep in mind for, like, could have was it broke the deal with the devil for like Luna or Ozzy with that key. So like, well, I got to keep in mind some of the items that you have. So there were interesting creative ways out of some of the worst situations, but no one was it used them or felt that they needed to use them in that situation. I think the use of the bracers was pretty creative. But yeah, on that note, we're past 30 after. I'm gonna cut stream real quick.